Are we waiting for George? No, George is there.
I believe we're waiting for Zuby.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to plug in the microphone. Yay! My snowball.
Looks like you did a podcast or something.
I know. Well, you guys got it for me so that you can understand me.
I'm also on the call. This is Pierre, if we're waiting to have a quorum to start.
That will be up to our chair. I haven't heard from anybody. Linda, we all know is not going to be here today, but as far as I know, everybody else will be.
Becky, can you hear me now? Is it clearer?
Yes, it's very clear.
All right, great, thanks.
Yeah, you sound really good. There's Zuby. George, I think everybody's here now.
Can you hear me now? Yes,
Yes.
but you can't see me.
No.
Okay. Why not?
I don't know.
I'm
I've never
hiding.
had trouble with it.
And I only see, oh, there I've got, okay. So I've got Jody and Zuby and you, Becky.
Okay, and Pierre here, and Linda is not going to be here.
Right.
There you are.
Just hit the right button.
That is the key.
Yep, got it.
But if you hit the wrong one,
I recently got a new phone. I had to get it. And so I'm taking very slowly, I'm learning how to use it. And the last thing I had trouble with was answering phone calls. People would call and my phone would not ring. And I finally found that I had the do not disturb button pressed, which meant no one could get in.
makes for a quiet day.
Well, it's really easy to do those things without even realizing it. I've done similar things myself.
I do it on purpose.
Okay. Welcome, Zuby, Jody, Becky. Good to see you all. And Pierre is somewhere. Pierre?
I'm here.
Okay, good.
Hello.
Welcome all to this it was a lovely Christmas morning. I don't know how many of you were either prepared or saw. I mean, we had probably 6 inches of snow at our place. It was gorgeous. And of course, we were totally we're not expecting it at all. So, okay, so welcome. Now it's lovely outside. Most of the snow is melted and time to have a lovely sunny day. So I believe we have a quorum, so we'll look to adopt the agenda. Could I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Jody and Zuby, thank you. So now we've adopted the agenda. Now let's move to public comments.
We have 3 public comments. The first one is from Kimberly Vasquez. Her comment is, please rescind the mask requirement at kids' campus. Young children learn critically important social skills through face reading. Children with strong face reading skills tend to perform better academically. The mask requirement has been rescinded at most and all local schools. My preschool-age child attends an extracurricular class without a mask, and his participation is of a vastly greater quality than inside his classroom at his campus. Wearing masks stunts the social emotional development of children. Please rescind the mask requirement at kids' campus. Okay, the second comment is from Scott Kovac. My name is Scott Kovac, and I live in Rancho Viejo, south on Eagle Peak. I am also a proud graduate of SFCC class of 1994. Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comments on the proposed cell phone tower at SFCC. The currently spotty cell phone service in Rancho Viejo is more than just very annoying, it's also dangerous. As a senior citizen, I rely on my cell phone service to provide emergency communication if I have a medical problem, if I fall or have some other emergency, and even if I have my cell phone on me, it's very likely that I may not be able to call for help. Those taking a walk or walking their dog deserve the security of robust cell coverage when outside of their home. One can imagine having car problems and not being able to call for help. The safety of many residents should be priority over a few who may be worried about a cell tower, which may or may not impact their view. I thank the board for offering to provide space at SFCC for the much needed cell tower. Thank you for your consideration. The third comment is from Susan Gordon. Dear Santa Fe Community College Board, thank you for this opportunity to provide public comments on the proposed cell phone tower at Santa Fe Community College. The current spotty cell phone service in Rancho Viejo is very annoying. I work from home and consequently am on Zoom conference calls several times a week. My connection often fades in and out, leaving me out of important conversations and missing important decisions. I often have to redial in to find the link, which takes even more time out of actually participating in discussions. It seems crazy to me that living in Santa Fe and near SFCC, that is simply technology that is so important to everyday living in our modern society, is failing our community. There is money in the federal infrastructure bill to connect every house to broadband. It has become a utility as necessary as electricity and water. Please do not allow people who are offended by viewing a cell phone tower preventing us from having access to this important utility. Thank you for seeking our input for the cell tower.
Thank you, citizens, for writing into us. Okay, so now I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Oh, second.
Okay, moved and seconded. So we will now go into closed session to discuss strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations and limited personnel matters regarding pending administrative complaint. So we will close out of this session and we will go into closed session.
We need a
Chair
roll.
Gamble, I'll need to take a roll call. Chair Gamble,
Yes, please.
Vice Chair Pugh,
Yes.
Secretary Quintana,
Yes.
Member Wilson,
Yes.
And Member Siegel is excused.
Thank you, Audrey. So now we go into closed session. do I need a motion to call us back into session? Or do I just say welcome?
You do, yeah, you do need a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. See if we, okay, we got a motion and a second. So our regular board meeting is back in session. Thank you very much. And
Do we need a vote on that, or can we just motion and second?
I think we need a roll call.
okay, thank you. Audrey, could you give us a roll call?
Chair Gamble,
Yes?
Vice Chair Pugh,
Yes.
Secretary Quintana,
Present.
Member Wilson,
Yes.
Member Siegel.
So we have a majority vote. So now we will go on to the next item on the agenda, which is in President's report and presentations. Becky.
Thank you very much, Chair Gamble. I would like to start with the employees of the month. And so we'll start with the Pass It Forward Awards for February, which goes to Alicia Garcia from Facilities and Operations. She was nominated by Jonathan Harrell from the Welcome and Advising Center. And on the application, he said, Alicia is always kind, caring, professional, and attentive to others. It is a pleasure to have her as a colleague at SFCC. So congratulations to Alicia. It's very well deserved. And Ondine Fraunglass from the SFC Innovation Center was nominated by Linda Castle, who's the director for Art on Campus. And she says, I am nominating Ondine because she is the heartbeat of the TATC and beyond. She is loving, caring, compassionate, and super organized. She is the glue of the TATC. Everyone goes to her for support, advice, and comfort. Over COVID, she has kept the building and programs open. She organized the memorials of Luke and Margaret Mary, and was the lead for the Tito's Harvest Festival. I met her first before COVID when we were planning the Earth Day celebration, but that never happened. Ondine is a shining star who needs to be recognized for all of her work and support of SFCC and each and every one that she touches. She is a gift. I am so grateful. I've had the privilege to get to know her and collaborate with her. So congratulations to Ondine, very well deserved. She does a tremendous amount for SFCC. On to the WOW Grant for February, Ricardo Martinez from Facilities and Operations was nominated by Samantha Barella from the School of Science, Health, Engineering, and Math. Ricardo does an excellent job of keeping health and sciences clean. He does a great job communicating with faculty to work around class schedules and student needs to keep our area tidy and clean. Congratulations to Ricardo for all of his hard work. And again, it's been a difficult job that's been made a lot more difficult by the circumstances of COVID. And so we really do appreciate the staff that have helped us to continue on during this time. And so on to the next part of my report. Under COVID, there's not a whole lot to report here. As I informed you last time, we are keeping our mask mandate in place through the end of the semester. You'll note we're starting to receive a little bit of inquiry into when we are going to list our mask mandate. And we as all of our discussions have centered on the idea that we will monitor the COVID rates. And so there is a new variant that's starting to circulate. We'll see if there's any kind of, where things are in the next month or so and go from there. So that may mean lifting our mandate. It might not mean lifting it, but in any case, we will always make the college a place where people can and are encouraged to wear masks if they're more comfortable, and just kind of see how things are as time goes forward. And we are still continuing to be able to offer vaccines as we can. We've had a couple of clinics that have been really amazingly successful. When you think everybody has been vaccinated, you find out that there's still people who come out to get vaccines. So it's been very helpful. I am going to just skip over the CHESS part of my report Corey Bergen is going to give a little bit more detailed report in a few minutes, and Corey Bergen is much more positioned to give a more detailed report than I am. So I think you'll get a lot more from that. A few things that I want to mention under student engagement. We have expanded the hours and the offerings at the student-run East Wing Eatery. Thanks to Chef Instructor Michaela Deaton for that. It's been a very welcome presence on campus to have some food back on campus. Michaela and her students do an awesome job of that. We're still offering Swedish therapeutic massages from students in the massage therapy program, so those are open to everyone. Director of the dental program, Amna Niyar, and students coordinated the National Give Kids a Smile Day events. 14 dental students provided more than 80 kids, campus students, and staff with free oral health education on brushing, flossing, and mouth rinse and nutrition. It's a really great opportunity for us to collaborate with other programs on campus and to share our knowledge with the kids over at Kids Campus, as well as the staff, really. SFCC and Northern New Mexico College are offering a free New Mexico Environmental Workforce Job Training Program at Northern New Mexico's campus in Espanola. The training is designed to prepare graduates to enter the expanding environmental job market. An EPA agency grant supports this program. We've been doing a lot of EPA training. There's a lot of great jobs available. And so those are opportunities that we're proud to be able to offer the community. Student Success has created a quick lookup for short-term and late starting classes. As I told you last month, we're starting to also see, and this is not just starting, but it's continuing and developing into more. We're having expanded request for and enrollment in short-term programming, and especially short-term boot camp style programs that lead to a job in a field that has a livable wage. So we'll continue to expedite that. Now we're finding more quicker ways for students to find those courses. Student Success is also offering a financial well-being and literacy course to students to ensure they are on a path of financial stability and making good choices about their money. We partnered with Nusenda Credit Union for this program. On March 31st, Student Success will host a career expo with representatives from local businesses. So it's always good to be able to participate in those career events like that. Continuing Ed is partnering with Santa Fe County and New Mexico Department of Workforce Connections to offer free professional readiness for technical careers, or ProTech, for business boot camp. The participants can benefit from up to 80-hour paid internship. So this, again, is one of the short-term programs that is connected with a paid internship and ultimately most likely a job, that are really helping our students out right now. The Student Resource Center hosted a webinar on applying for emergency rental assistance. The Welcome and Advising hosted a virtual transfer workshop for teacher education with Western New Mexico University. The Campus Cupboard has increased their in-person distribution hours. And the President's Diversity Advisory Committee continues their social justice series, honoring our relationships through solidarity, through April the 11th. And these sessions are free and open to faculty, staff, and students, and extremely well done. Under faculty and staff, we had Professional Development Day on March the 4th. U.S. Navy Veteran and Interim Veteran Resource Coordinator Crystal Patton is serving on the Santa Fe Veterans Alliance Board of Directors. And on May 1st, I'm going to co-lead a panel on institutional partnerships as a strategy for student success at AACC. So I'm working with a couple colleagues from a couple of other states to present on that. And then you can see the projects under the local and state bond funded projects, and I'd be happy, or Nick would be happy probably really, to answer any questions about that. Under community engagement, we will be assisting at the Higher Education Center, the AALT, in having tax preparation through April 13th. The Visual Arts Gallery will host the exhibit Border Artists with an opening that was on Friday, March the 11th. And then a couple of other things that I want to add. A quick legislative update. I did a little bit of this last time, but some things sort of changed because the governor hadn't signed the budget yet at that time. So as you know, House Bill 2 was signed with some vetoing language. The raise that was approved for all higher education personnel is technically a 7% raise, but this is different than I've ever seen the budget allocation. So it's a 3% increase that we are required to give by the first pay period in April, and then an additional 4% that we're required to give beginning July 1st. So we are working on a plan for that, and Nick will talk to you a little bit more about that when he does his report. There is still language in the bill, though, where there is language that focuses on enrollment plans and making sure that each college has a solid enrollment plan that we're required to submit to the higher education department. So we are ahead of the game on that and working on that. I think everybody probably has heard that the junior appropriation bill was vetoed, and Santa Fe Community College did have some money in that bill that we lost, or at least we've lost at this point, which included $455,000 for the firstborn program, $60,000 for upgrades to the trades and tech programs. And I think I'm still double checking for me that was the money that we had set aside to study the ventilation in the TATC. And then there's a $50,000 appropriation listed under Santa Fe Community College, but that was actually a pass-through for STEM Santa Fe. So that wasn't actually our funds, but we are certainly disappointed that they're not going to receive that money. But we are in the capital outlay funds that we are going to receive include $300,000 for emergency management upgrades, and then the GO bond appropriation is $2.3 million, and this would be for general improvements. $6 million appropriation will be going to CHESS through the higher education department. And then under our RPSPs, which are research and public projects, service and projects. So we do have $235 for firstborn, $235,000 for firstborn in that slot. And then also $136,000 for teacher education expansion. The Small Business Development Center appropriation flows through that process. So again, that looks like a $5-something million appropriation for Santa Fe Community College. Santa Fe Community College just handles the funds, but the funds are distributed to, I think it's 26 other small business development centers. And then the only funding we really get is to fund the Santa Fe office of the Small Business Development Center, and then the state office. We will also be receiving $439,000 in nursing expansion money and $91,000 for the EMS mental health resiliency project. And just to remind you, there is $15 million for nursing expansion. This is a statewide appropriation to the higher education department that nursing programs will have to apply for individually. But the intent of the funding is to allow us to hire additional faculty to expand our programs, look at augmenting nursing faculty salaries, and then anything that we can do to expand our programs. So that again, thank you to Member Siegel for her work on that. That was really her signature legislation, and that I think will benefit all of the nursing programs in the state. There is a special session scheduled for April 5th. I don't really know too much about it other than that it's supposed to focus on looking at economic relief caused by post-pandemic inflation, all various factors like that. And so there will be probably a mixture of different tax packages and things like that that are considered. And then also a revision of the junior bill. So that bill, that junior appropriation that was cut out completely, I think there's a good chance that we could be able to reposition ourselves and get some of that funding that we lost. So that is a really good thing. The other thing I want to mention that we have completely, I think I told you last month, we have received notification that Mosaica has been officially entered into the records through the Secretary of State's office as a 501c3 research park entity. So we are legal now and we have the papers to prove it. So we had our initial board meeting, which was Nick and me and Lillian Montoya. So the board is the three of us at this point. And then our consultants, Kathy Winograd and Kathy Ulabari, were there too. And we passed the bylaws that you all have reviewed that basically are semi-boilerplate nonprofit bylaws. So the next steps will be to create a job description for an executive director for the entity and to very carefully start to advertise and look for the right person for that, and to hopefully add a couple of board members in the next upcoming months. So I'll keep you apprised of all of that, and at the next meeting I'll make sure that the minutes to the meeting were in your packet. But that was it was a pretty quick and efficient meeting, I would say. And then the last thing that I want to mention is that April is Community College Month. And so Santa Fe Community College will be celebrating Community College Month with, kind of branding a few of our signature things that we're going to have happen in that month. Chair Gamble has authored an op-ed for the New Mexican that hopefully will run in the next, to kind of kick off the month for us. We have radio appearances that are scheduled. I'm going to do something on KSFR with Peter Smith, whom you all have met through different venues around campus, but he is kind of a nationally recognized community college expert. I noticed when I went to the League for Innovation conference in my living room a couple of weeks ago, he was one of the keynotes. So it's kind of cool to see a Santa Fe person now doing that. And then we're also, NPR is developing a proclamation that we are going to ask the city and the county to approve, to declare their support for Community College Month. And it's really an important time to be able to allow us to really focus on not just the mission of Santa Fe Community College, but the mission of community colleges in general, and how really our charter is to focus on our least advantaged students and to figure out the best ways that we can to offer them opportunities to be able to move into jobs that provide them a living wage and a career and a pathway to a brighter future. And so, that's what community colleges do best. And we really want to focus on that part of our mission and bring that front and center with all of the items that we plan to work on. The other thing is Todd and I are working on a much larger ad than what we normally do for the New Mexican, where we can really get our story out from the perspective of faculty and students. And when you pay for the ad, you can do those kinds of things. So we will have that running during the month of April to keep Santa Fe Community College kind of front and center and to showcase what we do. I think that is everything. I think a couple of other things some of my colleagues are going to mention further on as they're doing reports on that. So, Mr. Chair, I would be happy to stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Becky. Any questions or comments?
I had a couple questions. One, President Rowley, I noticed that May 1st you're speaking at the AACC conference, and I'm wondering, is that a virtual conference, and is there any way that any parts of that would be available on the web that we could watch your address or any of the other proceedings from that conference?
Member Wilson, I will find out. So it is an in-person conference and they're doing it. I don't know if it's one so HLC, for example, is doing both And they have a strong virtual presence, and then there are a few things that you have to be in person for. I have been told that I have to show up and do my part in person, but I'll see if I can find a way for you all to have access to that.
Also, a couple other things. I was looking at, we're fairly far into this process, the whole building HVAC that we are doing for the Trades and Advanced Technology Center. I had some questions, and maybe this isn't the venue, maybe this is for a future report from plant, but whether it's a centralized system versus room by room, and whether it's a ventilation system, or are we redoing all of the HVAC, all of the heating and cooling for the entire building as a part of that project?
I am going to ask Nick that question.
Sure. Mr. Chair and Member Wilson, we're currently in the process of doing the study for that. And so, we'll have the results of that study available to the board at a future board meeting. And so really it's supposed to, the idea is to increase the ventilation to deal with health and wellness, really related to COVID, and address some of the areas where there's not a lot of enough circulation, where you've seen maybe some CO2 levels being higher than what would be desired. So on that. And so ultimately after the study, we'll bring that to the board, and then eventually we will, do a procurement based on that study and bring that to the board as well in order to have the board approve the contract for that. And so I don't have, finite details on it, but that's kind of where we are right now. Planning and design phase for the most part.
And I'd like to encourage us, we have a great deal of expertise in this area in the Energy Smart Academy that is housed in that building. And I'm hoping as we move forward that we include them in those conversations, because they are a part of our community and they do national trainings to help other institutions with these sorts of things. So I'm hoping we will take advantage of that expertise that we have locally right here on campus. And I had two other questions. One is I was looking at the wastewater treatment deconstruction, and I am wondering, looking at the facilities there, we have a budding, growing algae production program that is, is getting a lot of national recognition. And I'm wondering, it seems like a lot of the facilities, from the ponds to the aeration systems, could be extremely valuable to the algae cultivation program ultimately. So before we demolish or deconstruct everything, I'm hoping we will check in with that program to see if that might be repurposed to allow that program to expand without us having to reconstruct a lot of facilities that already exist from our sewage treatment plant. And the last thing I wanted to ask about is in the greenhouse expansion for the aeration. I noticed that it says that it's including a diesel generator, and I guess I'm wondering how we came to the idea of a diesel generator for the backup for that, and we'll get to that later in the last item that Chair Gamble has suggested. I think it's a bad look for us. It's not a diesel generator is probably one of the least carbon friendly technologies we could possibly use to generate electricity for backup. And I think in the long run, we're going to, when we go out for bond, we need to really look at how we are doing on our carbon footprint. And I think that the diesel generator, for a lot of reasons besides carbon, it's also a diesel is a perishable fuel, where there are many other fuels we could use that are not perishable. So as a backup, diesel is not really ideal. So I'm hoping we are looking very closely at that before we make any strong commitments to a new diesel generator.
We can
Okay.
Certainly
that-
do that.
Becky, I wonder, for employees of the month, we get these glowing descriptions of all these wonderful people who most of us never get a chance to meet. And I'm wondering if annually we could consider a dinner or something like that because we usually have 3 or 4 people a month. So over the course of the year, it'd be 30 people. If we could do a luncheon or a dinner or something like that, I wonder if we could give that a little thought. That would give us a chance to actually meet these heartbeats of the campus.
We could certainly do that, Chair Gamble. And the other thing is we could encourage them. I think, most of them are hard pressed to, we haven't had good attendance from them at board meetings, but I think we could let
Right.
them know that you all would like to meet them if it's possible.
Right, at some time, someplace.
Sure.
We could have an ice cream special or,
Okay.
but just meet them. Okay, great. Thank you, President Becky, President Rowley. Okay, next up, Faculty Senate report.
I think, Mr. Chair, we still have the chess update and then the enrollment report.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley. Thank you for the time today. Mason, I can't share my screen. Hold on. Oh shoot, shared the wrong screen. Let's see if I can undo that. Let's see. Where did my controls go? Sorry about this, you guys. There it is. Shared the wrong screen. Let's see, doesn't seem to want to share my other screen. Let me try this differently. Sorry about this, folks. It's not letting me pick my screen. Well, I'll just go ahead and share the screen as it is. Let's see if I can make it bigger. Oh, it keeps flipping over to my, well, that's okay. Can you see my screen? It keeps sending
Yes.
my slideshow over to the other screen. That's what you get for using multiple screens, I guess. So thank you, everyone. I apologize for not having this turned in. We decided kind of at the last minute to have this presentation, and I didn't have an opportunity to create these slides and get them submitted. I'll go ahead and send them to Audrey, and she can share them out if she wants to. So just to kind of make sure we're all on the same page with this, the Workday ERP and SIS project is really 5 colleges working together to migrate to a new ERP and SIS. So ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. And I know that's all clear as mud now that you've heard that. And SIS stands for Student Information Services. These 2 things make up all of our business software. So it's the methods and the software we use to do hiring, payroll, position management, all of our financial tools, and also all of the processes that are in use by our students and our faculty and staff. So student registration. So let's see. All right. So when we talk about this Workday project, it is a very highly planned and scheduled project. Workday has done a really great job of working with our project teams to make sure that we know where we are in this project, what's coming up, and what the tasks are that we need to accomplish. So in here, I don't really want to get into too many details about this, but I just want everyone to be aware that we're currently working only on HCM, which to us is human resources, payroll, and finance. So we have not kicked off the student project yet. So as you can see, we're about to finish Q1 of Workday's business quarter, Q1 of 2022. We are kicking off student in Q4 of 2022. So it's approximately October, November. So we need to start getting ready mentally for that, but we're not there yet. So just HR, payroll, and finance. And we're really working in this blue phase here, and the blue represents architecture, configuration, and prototype. So I'll get into a little bit more of those details of what that means. So we recently completed what were called the foundation alignment sessions. This was an opportunity for us to get into Workday with the 4 other colleges that we're working with, and start to talk about what we wanted our business processes to look like when we come out of this. So we're aligning our processes collectively. There was a lot of negotiation, a lot of back and forth, and some of those things are still being negotiated. So, you know, an example would be how we hire people. So imagine 20 people in a room going step by step and saying, well, we do it this way and it works really well. Oh, that sounds good. Let's use that method. It's really such a great opportunity for us because many of our processes here at SFCC and at the other colleges are very manual. And so there are so many things that we're going to be able to automate now. And so it's really exciting for everyone, even though it's very stressful because it's a lot of work. So I will make sure to put that out there, but it's also very exciting. The other thing that we got a chance to do was to see our first round of data conversion. We're actually going to do 4 total rounds of data conversion. And I know you probably think it's, well, can't you just do it once and have it be perfect? The answer is no, because we're taking data that maybe isn't totally clean, or maybe we don't quite understand how it is currently, and we have to translate it into Workday's structure. So we start small, and then with each round, we get better and better at our processes. And so that's where, you know, the people that work in my area are primarily functioning. They're doing a ton of data conversion. We also have to compile all that data with the 4 other colleges. So we're taking SFCC's HR, our staff information, and we're compiling that also with 3 other colleges' data. The other pieces that we're currently working on is gathering all the integration requirements. So imagine that we have to connect to our bank, and we have to connect to 4 different banks. So we're gathering all of that information. There'll also continue to be some third-party software that we have to keep using. Let me think of an example. Oh, sorry, I don't have an example, but well, like background checks is an example. We don't currently integrate that, but some other colleges do. So they have a cloud website. So we're integrating with those background check sites so that it can be an automated process instead of having to go over to that separate site and request a background. We're also working on identity management. You know, today all of our identities come out of our current ERP banner. We've got to make sure that we can still maintain access for the same people that we have today through this new software. So it's a pretty complicated process. Additionally, because we aren't moving student, we have to maintain some integrations between the old software and the new Workday environment. Some examples include student financial aid, because students could also be an employee. So if they're coming to work in one of our offices, there's some pieces that have to make it over to Workday. Faculty, for example, faculty will still be assigned classes in Banner, but they're being paid in Workday. So we've got to build that integration and where the class assignment and the faculty pay gets translated over to Workday so that faculty are paid on time. We're also looking at the reporting. We are going to have a lot more reporting available within Workday, just at the touch of our fingers. Today, we have to do a lot of requests through the reporting department. And so we wait for them to build it, or they give us access to it. We're going to see a lot more data within the process. Not to say that there won't still be that request process as well for specialized and custom things. And then what's coming up? So I'm just going to touch on these quickly because I'll probably come back and give you more detail, over time. But one of the things that we're already planning for is in May, we'll be doing a lot of test scenarios. So all of the HR folks, the finance folks, the technical people are going to test over 700 different scenarios. So we'll be completing our current round of data migration. Workday is going to build out our platform, our environment, and then we're going to start testing. Does the hiring process work the way we think it's supposed to work? Does finance look the way we want it to look? Do the reports that we expect, are they looking the way we want them to look, et cetera, et cetera. I think you get the idea. Additionally, we're also working on developing our user training plan. We've got a whole bunch of people that we have to train later on in the project. And we'll work on our next round of data conversion, which we're hoping is almost perfect. And then August through October, we'll start doing end-to-end testing, which sounds the same, but it's not quite the same. It's a little more intense. We'll also do payroll parallel testing, and this is important to all employees. We test payroll in Workday while we complete payroll in Banner. That way we can match up the numbers because, gosh, everyone wants to be paid and they want to be paid correctly. We'll start to develop the end user training materials and evaluate our user readiness. We'll also begin cutover planning. And then finally, November and December is when we are going to start our deployment sessions. We'll get that final round of data conversion. We'll implement a lot of our end user training, whether that be in-person training or some of it might just be documentation, some of it might be videos. And then finally, we'll be going live in December. December 18th is our current go live date, but our first payroll will be in January. I think it's January 5th or 6th. All right, and so just a little bit about student, because I know, we spend a lot of time talking about how this is going to improve our student experience, but we haven't started it yet. So we were given the opportunity to participate in the student design committee, and Tomasina was our representative. They may still have more meetings. It was a great opportunity. Each college in Chess had one person participate in these design workshops. And they were just an opportunity for us to talk about how we wanted to see this sort of collaborative environment look when it goes live for students. And then again, we just want to be ready for the student kickoff in the final portion of 2022. And then some related discussions that are happening through Chess are the potential for a shared cybersecurity program. This is a really important issue for all of the colleges in Chess. Really only one of the colleges is able to afford having their own full-on cybersecurity program. And here at SFCC, we do our best to invest in this and continue to make improvements, but it can be really expensive to have a CISO, to have that CISO office. And to meet all of the requirements that we have for cybersecurity. And so the CIOs are looking at putting out a statement of work to get assistance for someone to help us build this program that's kind of a shared resource. And it's very exciting. Also service desk, you can imagine each college has their own service desk, and we'll continue to have our own service desk. But because we're using a shared environment, there becomes sort of you know, is this a chess issue or is this an SFCC issue? And so the CIOs and the technical staff that work in the service desk area are having discussions about how we can make sure that we have sort of a seamless experience for all of our users across the campuses. We don't want our users to have to figure out, is this a chess problem or is this an SFCC problem? But we want to be able to get the resolutions that they expect and the communication that they expect. Additionally, we are having a lot of discussions about data retention and reporting. What are our long-term goals through chess for reporting? And how are we going to meet our data retention requirements as we exit one ERP and enter another? You know, there's data that we cannot take with us into the ERP. You know, we're limited to a couple years worth of data, but we have retention requirements for many, many years, depending on what the data is. Some is very short, but some is very long. Certain pieces of HR data, and then in particular student data, some of it has to be kept for a very long time. So we've got groups working on all of these things, among other things, but these are just some of the highlights. And so that is my report for today, and I appreciate your time. And I stand for any questions.
Wow, sounds like an ambitious effort over the next 9 months.
Yep, 9 months, and then student is about 2 years. Beyond that.
Okay, any questions,
All right.
comments? Hearing none. I move on to, thank you very much, Corey. So we move on to enrollment and retention. Dr. Ortiz Gallegos, Mr. Maiz, and Mr. Lovato.
Thank you very much, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley. It is our pleasure to share with you today our enrollment report. Mason, can you please give me access to share screen? Oh, I have access. Thank you very much. And the first thing that we're going to see, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley, is a comparison side by side of student demographics for spring 2021 and spring 2022. And as you can see, regarding overall enrollment numbers, we are currently up 10% from where we were at the end of spring 2021. You can also see that our credit hours, we have also seen a slight increase of 2% or 431 more credit hours. And if you will just see as I scroll on down here to some key student types, and this is what's really exciting. You can see that our continuing number of students has increased. Our high school student numbers, i.e. majority dual credit, has increased. Our returning student numbers have increased. Our new student headcount has seen a slight increase, as well as our out-of-state students. All these numbers are telling us that there is reason to be optimistic that each semester that passes by, we are seeing some type of an increase. Now, while we're still not at exactly where we were pre-pandemic, at least these numbers tell us that there's something to be hopeful for. And we just applaud our students and our community for trusting SFCC and wanting to come back and take our phenomenal classes that we have. Now, I'm going to share my screen now regarding our dual credit students, because I remember that board member Wilson had specifically asked about wanting to know exactly where our dual credit students are coming from. So I am going to do a stop share for just a moment, and I'm going to take us over to the next slide. And I hope you all can see this. Where are our dual credit students coming from for spring 2022. You can see the list right here. We had a grand total of 804 registered dual credit students. That number has dropped slightly just because students are dropping from their classes, which is to be expected. But this is the number and the high schools of where they came from. So you can see our largest dual credit partner with regards to population and enrollment is Master's Program Charter High School. You will then see that Santa Fe Indian School is our second biggest. And this is one that I really want to point out, and I'm excited to report on, Tierra Encantada Charter High School. So if we were to run numbers from 3 years ago, our dual credit enrollment for Tierra Encantada was about 10 to 15 students total. In just 3 years, our numbers have increased dramatically to where you see right now over 115 registered students. So Chair Gamble, Board Member Wilson, members of the board, President Rowley, this is just a good indicator of where we are currently right now. Obviously, we want to increase our numbers, especially at our larger high schools of Capitol High School and Santa Fe High School. Part of that is just going to be bringing back more of our cohort classes. And we are continuously, I should say, working behind the scenes with the leadership at Santa Fe High School, at Capitol High School, and with the Santa Fe Public School District to get more options, dual credit cohort classes on their campus. And we're optimistic that we can do just that in the upcoming fall and spring semesters 2022 and 2023. So those are those numbers right there. And Todd, do you have anything that you would like to share?
Thank you, Marcos. I do, but I think, I'd like to ask just if there were any questions after your update or any further conversation. Curious what other people think.
Yeah, I guess I would. That's a wonderful report on those numbers. What I'm wondering a couple of things. I guess I don't quite understand how dual credit works at every school. For example, those schools that have very few students, what does that mean? Is there a classroom at, Laragote, for example, one student? Is there a classroom there in a class for that single student? And at the Master's Program Charter School, how many classes are there, et cetera? So again, it's a little question, not about the specifics, but generally, how is the program organized?
Thank you so much for that question, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley. I'm more than happy to clarify what we're seeing here and explain. The Academy at La Guaita, so really it's now called Desert Sage Academy. It just hasn't been updated because we don't have a school code for them yet. So it's under Academy at La Guaita. They have a smaller population of students. They are eligible to take classes for dual credit. However, they don't have currently any cohort classes, meaning that we have dual credit classes taught at the high school campus. Instead, when you're seeing numbers like, say, the Academy for Technology and Classics, or Espanola Valley, or homeschoolers, Pecos High School, these students are primarily taking classes at Santa Fe Community College, either in person or they're just taking classes online. So these are just existing classes that are part of the general SFCC schedule. Now, the Master's Program Charter High School, they're unique in the sense that they are designated early college charter high school. And what this means, Chair Gamble, is that these students are able to take a larger amount of college classes during a regular school day. So not only are they doing their high school curriculum during the morning and afternoon hours, but they're also invited and strongly encouraged by their school and have the freedom and the autonomy to take a large number of SFCC classes that are here on campus or online. because of their designation of being an early college charter high school, they have more autonomy than any of our other dual credit partners. So for example, if we're looking at Capitol High School and Santa Fe High School, they have to make sure that they are taking dual credit classes when they are not directly interfering with their high school schedule. So if they're wanting to take dual credit classes at Santa Fe Community College, or they're taking a synchronous dual credit class with SFCC, they have to make sure that they are not interfering with any of their high school classes. So that can pose a challenge. What we are seeing, Board Member Gamble and members of the board and President Rowley, is like Santa Fe Indian School, for example. The reason that number is so high, transportation would be an issue for these students to come directly to SFCC. So we're able to offer a large number of dual credit classes to their high school. Same thing with Santa Fe High School, same thing with Capitol High School. And that's why those cohort classes are so important, is that the student is getting college curriculum at the high school. There is a captured audience of students, and that helps increase our dual credit numbers, and that gives these students the college credit and the high school credit. And that's why it's important that we try to build more cohort classes at the high school, especially with the public schools, because if a student is unable to be on campus after school because of extracurricular activities or a job or anything else, we provide them with options at their high school. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent.
I guess
Thank you.
just the sort of several follow-up questions. One, how do you decide what classes to offer? What is that process like? Obviously, lots of choices, and how do you decide?
Thank you for that question, Chair Gamble, members of the board and President Rowley. We really work closely with the high school partner in order to determine what the need is at that particular high school. So for example, Capitol High School has an LPN program right now, a great LPN program where Capitol High School students in that pathway are able to do some nursing classes. There was a need for that because Capitol High School has a strong health pathway program, and they want to get their students involved in that once they've completed high school. We fill in that need. Early college opportunities, where they focus on construction and agriculture and welding. We provide them with that need, and they have the facilities. And that's another important thing, Chair Gamble, is that these high schools, they need to have the necessary facilities and technology in order for us to have certain classes on their high school campus. Santa Fe Indian School, for example, we have some gen ed classes that are being taught there. Spanish, for example, Spanish 1 is taught in the fall semester. Spanish 2 is taught in the fall semester. So we're just making sure that the classes that the students are taking, I mean, we want to meet the needs of what the high school is asking, but we also need to make sure that these classes make sense and that they're going to go towards a certificate or a degree, because the end game is, of course, we want students to take classes, and it's great if they do, but if they're not going towards a certificate, if they're not going towards a degree, if they're not part of general ed requirements, if they're not part of a career tech pathway, it really doesn't serve the students. And we want to make sure that we are doing right by them. So the classes that we have in place, we are considerate in making sure that these classes will matter either when they're still in high school or when they graduate, and they can just continue on. If they decide to stay with SFCC, they can just continue on their pathway with us, and they've already gotten a number of credits out of the way.
Yeah. Marcos, that's very helpful in describing those programs. And I guess my final question addresses the point that you raised in your last comments, and that is end game. And I don't expect you at the moment to answer this question, but how or what's happening to these students over the past couple of years? What's happening to them? What kind of impact are these programs having on them? Are they going on to complete their programs? Are they not, et cetera? And I would very much like, and I'm sure that you and Thomasina have talked about and probably done some analysis from previous years, and that would be interesting. So at some point, I think the board would appreciate hearing, sounds like a wonderful program. Let's talk about its impact in whatever ways we can do that.
Thank you, Chair Gamble.
Thank you. Thomasina or Todd, whoever else is.
I think Marcos did a good job there. You know, I look forward to sharing a lot more about our coming campaigns and some efforts, but we don't need to do that all right now. And so I'll, prepare a good presentation on the next round.
Yes, I believe as well, Chair Gamble and members of the board, that our colleague Marcos covered where we're at right now and really how we're growing. And we've been having a lot of conversations about how the pandemic has impacted our current student population, our prospective population. There's a lot that has shifted for our students, and the transition can be we can benefit from that, and an opportunity that could be transformational for our students. And we're having those conversations right now of how we could best assist our students in the classroom and out. What are some of the systemic barriers that we can address? How can we do it to give them back a lot of what they've missed as a student, as a first-time student, as a continuing student? These are a lot of conversations that are happening. I'm actually right now at a conference, the NASPA conference, which is the National Association of Student Personnel and Administrators. And these are national trends and conversations that are happening at large levels of how we can better support today's student. And so I think by the numbers that Marcos has just presented to you all, we are really holding strong, but it's not just about the number, it's about our student and our staff who we're supporting and our faculty to really help us through this and start developing our new norm. I think the only thing that I will add is that early registration starts April 11th for the summer and then April 18th for the fall. We have been working diligently on developing, and I know our colleague Todd will talk, I think next time, on some of the marketing campaigns that we're going to really roll out. But we're working with our current students. We have amazing professional academic advisors and faculty who are helping us reach out to our current students on engaging, encouraging them, our students, to enroll early, as well as a strong, solid outreach effort for prospective students who have expressed interest in the college. Now is the time, and there's a lot of options and opportunities for them, and we want to make sure that they know that they don't have to go far, and we're right here for them. And so we'll be working with them and really helping them develop a solid, successful plan.
That's great. And certainly wonderful to see the numbers are going up. And I encourage you to go further than looking at numbers. And you started in some of your charts looking at, well, who is this exactly?
Right.
And also thinking about which classes, because I note that the number of types of classes available. So, are people shifting to those badge classes, and what does that mean for policies? And it's kind of, the numbers are a great place to start, but you have to move from them to understand and interpret where things are going and what changes have to be made. So thank you very much. I don't know if Yash, who's on the screen, wants to comment on anything, or
No, I had some numbers, but we could talk about the numbers piece later. So I think our colleagues done a fantastic job.
Okay, great. Thanks again, Marcos, Thomasina.
Chair Gamble, I was just wondering, at some point I'd like to see, and not necessarily next month or sometime in the future when it seems appropriate, to have a conversation of some of the challenges and opportunities of implementing some of the dual credit programs and what the board might be able to do to help support whether the more resources, what it would take to really help this take off even more, if there's anything the board can do.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thanks. All right. Now we can go to Faculty Senate report.
Oops. Let me get my camera aimed correctly. Thank you, Chair Gamble. This is Patrick Simpson. I'm the Faculty Senate Communications Officer, and I am reporting in Kate McCahill's stead. It's tough following Marcos, isn't it? And I appreciate that Marcos and Tomasina have both invited faculty to be a part of the conversation about dual credits. It's interesting that we have a junior in high school appearing in our classes, and there's a fit issue there that we're working with them to overcome and to figure out. A lot of times the students are not quite ready to keep pace with what we're doing in some of our classes. And if we address that going in, it makes the transition, it makes their attendance much smoother. Now, with respect to the report that I wanted to give, let me start out with assessments. As everybody knows, assessments are a key part of the learning component required by the Higher Learning Commission. And it's an effort that everybody on campus is getting behind. And we've been struggling as a faculty to find a way to systematize assessments across departments. And it's been an uneven process so far. And the president has been very clear that that we need to get this done. And along comes David Seco, who, as all of you probably know, is a professor of history. He put together, through a lot of extra work on his own, a process document, a comprehensive process document. I could share it with you, but just suffice to say that there's a lot of detail there, and he takes us basically from beginning to end in terms of how to do assessments for all of our classes. And this is still in the developmental phase of things. We're still talking about it. Kate has shared it with both the vice president and the president about looks and exactly what it involves. It's going to take some more work to get it perfect or to get it ready to go. But the president has asked us to be ready to implement this fall semester. So it's coming. And we ask for kudos for David for doing this and for putting out the work that's above and beyond the call of duty, and certainly above and beyond his job description, to get this together for all of us. And I want to mention OER, the Online Educational Resources Task Force, has been able to collaborate and partner with Achieving the Dream, which is a national organization that is out there to facilitate opportunities for students for higher education. And one of the things that the task force, and including the library staff, have been, Val and I, have been extraordinarily productive about getting done, is pulling together OER resources for more and more classes and with more and more resources. Through the task force and Lenny Gans, they have managed to arrange for somebody from the Achieving the Dream offices to come on April 1st to the college to provide some training with respect to online educational resources. It's going to be live training. People are going to be invited to attend live or online, their choice. And like I said, it's coming April 1st, and that's a big opportunity for us. I think all of us who went to grad school can remember that 2-foot high stack of books that we had and how much that cost and what we had to eat for the rest of the semester because of how much those books cost. And hopefully we'll get past that. And hopefully that will open the door to a lot more people getting through this higher education process, at the very least with a lower student loan debt. Next, I wanted to talk about the multiple measures document. We've had a multiple measures task force working on this for several months now, going certainly back to last year. And what the multiple measures document is about is trying to open up the considerations for placement and enrollment, and trying to move past the AccuPlacer, because the AccuPlacer sometimes, and certainly I know this through the developmental classes I teach, sometimes I have some superstars there because of the AccuPlacer, and they don't belong in my classes. And it's very, very hard to understand that and get them promoted to another class in the 2 weeks that you have to get that done. It's very hard. So we're trying to go back to the initiating processes to look more broadly at what we can do to accurately place students. And this document, it's another inchoate piece of work. We still need to develop it further. What it looks like right now is a list of ideas on what else we can consider in getting students in the right place in our college classes. And we need to come to consensus on how that works with respect to some of the more traditional placement systems that we have, and with respect to sort of a double check on some of the standards that we're proposing to make sure that we don't get a student placed incorrectly through a new system as opposed to the old system. So that again is a work in progress, and we continue to work with faculty from all departments to get to that consensus. And next, I think we owe it to you that we should give you all the news, and some of this is not great news. And the last topic I wanted to touch on is faculty morale. Not to sugarcoat it, faculty is feeling kind of down in the dumps right now. Not all faculty, not all the time, but we are struggling. And I think that we've talked about this a lot. The Faculty Senate leadership has talked about this a lot. And I think that we're coming around to the point where we think that it's a communication issue. Recently, certainly since, well, I shouldn't say recently, I should say probably since COVID descended upon us, and I don't think this is a COVID thing. I think that faculty has felt marginalized and forgotten about in a lot of ways. And I want to say right off the bat that President Rowley is tremendously generous with her time and attention. And if she can resolve something, she follows through and she gets it resolved for us. And we really appreciate that. Still, things continue to happen where the faculty we're left with a feeling that we just weren't considered in how things have been developed. For instance, Professional Development Day, this Know Before training that has been occurring, the comings and goings of major staff and faculty. And you can see other things like decisions are made in isolation, uneven distribution of important information, emails not being returned. You can see that not only are our existing faculty struggling, we're losing a lot of faculty as well. We appreciate the 7% bump that everybody's going to get, but that's statewide. That's not just us. So yeah, the pay is really nice, and we appreciate that. We appreciate whatever advocacy our leadership gave to us to get to that point. But we're not expecting any answers from the board. It's just news that we wanted to give to you that that's the state of affairs. Thank you, Chair Gamble. That's the report.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. Any comments, questions for Patrick?
I had a couple. I'm wondering, your minutes seemed a little bit vague the last couple of meetings, and I understand you are in a transition on the secretary position. You don't have to answer this, but I'm curious as to whether that was an intentional shift to or whether that is just a matter of a transitional period with your secretary. And I don't need to know the answer necessarily to that. But I did notice there was the notification of departures above a certain level. What do you know what level above which were you looking for information about transitions?
Well, I expect that that's an issue that's going to be resolved by the president. We've talked to her about this, and we talked about how I used to work with the judiciary before I came to the college, and once a week they would send out a comings and goings email. So, oh, welcome, so and so is now a new clerk 1 in Portales, and that was a team building exercise, and it was a way for everybody to understand who was going where. And I think she's considering that. I don't know if that's going to be appropriate through higher education or through the HR office, but that's everybody. What we would actually like to see is whether just people in. I'm not sure I'm prepared to answer where the bright line is, but if somebody in one of the departments leaves, the faculty needs to know about that. If a dean leaves, or if and I'm sorry to say this, but if somebody passes away, it'd be nice to know.
Mm-hmm. I also want to give you kudos for having a discussion and training with faculty around finances and the cost of compensation, because I know a lot of times people really want more, but I appreciate that the faculty are taking an interest in finding out what the implications are, because obviously the board and administration have constraints, and having the faculty understand the nature of the constraints, I think, is really important, so that the expectations don't get swinging out of control as to what are reasonable expectations. The only other thing I wanted to ask is that you had talked about so many changes, how we operate and communicate. What do we want our college to look like in the future as a future conversation, the faculty senate? I'm wondering, is there some form in which you would give that feedback back to the college? Would that go through shared governance? Is that something you would want to present to the board at a future meeting? Or where I'm very curious about how the faculty feel, especially with your expression of concerns about morale, about what we can do to help any concerns that are coming up about changes and how faculty are involved in making those changes happen. Because I think you're a critical part of obviously what we do at the college.
Well, Board Member Wilson, Chair Gamble, I appreciate that you bring that up, because I don't think that we thought that far forward. We're still trying to wrap our arms around this malaise, honestly, not to use a Jimmy Carter term, but we're still trying to wrap our arms around this and trying to define it and trying to understand what the sources are. And I think that, like I said, President Rowley has been just amazingly generous with her time and attention, that she will hear us out, and we'll probably end up working through her to talk again with the board about this. Is that a satisfactory answer?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, that sounds very good. I mean, certainly Dr. Rowley is the appropriate person, and indeed, if she has been, as we expect and know, that she has been effective in communicating with faculty, great. And if you want to share something else with the board, at any time, the board is open to hearing more if there are some other decisions that need to be made other than what Dr. Rowley and her staff are doing. We're certainly open to hearing that. I mean, there's certainly a concern on the part of the board about morale any place. However, the board also recognizes that morale is a complicated issue to think about, and certainly to look at causes. When the world is facing climate change, wars in Europe, there are a lot of reasons for there to be a low morale, and we certainly don't want to contribute to that, or to the extent that we can to improve that. So again, thank you, Patrick. Any other comments? If not, we will move on to the staff report.
Thank you, Chair Gamble.
Thank you, Patrick.
Good afternoon, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley. Not much to report on from Staff Senate. Our last two Staff Senate meetings kind of conflicted with our Staff Development Day and spring break. In the process, in the meantime, though, we still are reaching out with our gift exchange program that's still ongoing. And on your feedback from our last board meeting, Member Wilson, we have actively looked for an interpreter for our Staff Senate meetings. Hiccups that we're having is finding someone to commit on a consistent basis. So we're looking internally within Staff Senate and other staff members around campus to find out who can help us with interpretation for our Staff Senate meetings. So fortunately, I don't have much to report on, as we didn't really meet since our last board meeting, but we'll continue to do what we've been doing with staff morale and our contributions to upcoming staff development days, because we understand, it is concern on how they may have gone or how they were interpreted, and the no befores were helpful, but we understand people want more and they deserve more, and we'll continue to chime in to those that oversee staff development from our staff development, our Staff Senate people, and put our contributions forward. So that is what I have for a report. Not much to report out on, but if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Any comments or questions for Chris?
I just had one question. I noted in your minutes you talked about that you were up until February 11th, you were taking input on the policy 55 key distribution and control. Did you end up getting comments, and were there any suggestions submitted from Staff Senate around that policy? Because we're going to be on second reading of that today.
There were not. They presented to us. There was no comments to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to the next item on our agenda.
Chair Gamble, really
Yes.
quickly, so Sierra was unable to be here today, but I am more than happy to provide a quick update regarding the SGA and student engagement report in her place.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm jumping over items here, I see. Please.
Thank you so much, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley. Just to provide a brief report regarding SGA and student engagement. Student Government Association is doing the March Madness event tomorrow. We're going to have our delicious Real Burger food truck on campus. There are going to be drawings, prizes, and students can actually enter for free a bracket to pick who they believe are going to actually win the NCAA basketball championship. The winning bracket will get an NCAA official jersey and some other really cool swag. So that's a really good opportunity for students to get engaged on campus and have a little bit of fun in the process. Next week, Student Government Association, student ambassadors, and student engagement will be assisting with the Career Expo that President Rowley mentioned in her report on March 31st. Also want to point out, and we failed to mention this last month, and I think it's important that we acknowledge this. In February, our Student of the Month elected by Student Government Association was Jessica Hernandez Monsalvo. She is a phenomenal representative of Santa Fe Community College. She is a student employee at SFCC, works in the engagement office, and is just somebody that students can come to. She works very well with the staff. She's just a phenomenal team player and a great student and an example of what a student superstar is at SFCC. Also, for midterm week, we gave out fruit and hot chocolate, the Office of Student Engagement, to about 75 students. This was also from the Student Resource Center. Student engagement collaborated with local businesses. So this is really exciting. Fusion Tacos food truck are on campus now every Tuesday and Wednesday from here until May 11th. So there are some delicious food options on campus for lunchtime during Tuesdays and Wednesdays up until May 11th. So that's really exciting. Our campus cupboard, our food pantry, is also growing. In January, we had about 5 visits. In February, we had 22 visits. And in March, we've already had 30 visits so far. That's students and folks in the community coming to pick up food from our food pantry. And we're happy to be there for our community. We also now have added frozen food and fresh produce, such as breads, eggs, milk, and other perishables. And I also wanted to point out, last but not least, Thomasina and I have been taking part in a little segment that we're doing in collaboration with KSFR. Every Wednesday at around the 12:30 mark, I believe it's actually 12:36 to be exact, we are interviewing one student superstar who is being featured each week. Thus far, Thomasina and I have had the pleasure of interviewing about 8 student superstars. They're very short segments. They're about 6 minutes, 7 minutes long. And they're just telling us their story. And they're sharing some of their successes, any barriers that they've had to overcome, and why they chose to become a student at SFCC, and any advice that they have for any students out there who are either in college or are thinking about making that leap into college. It's fun, it's exciting, and not to speak for Thomasina, but I think it's safe to bet that that's one of the highlights of our week when we have the opportunity to do that. Chair Gamble, thank you very much.
That's fantastic. Is there any way, other than listening on Wednesdays at 12:36, is there any other way to hear? Are those recorded, or any other way to access them?
Chair Gamble, thank you for that question. The good news is we do record these, and we do have existing audio. So maybe that's a conversation that I can have with Todd, Thomasina and I can have with Todd in marketing, and we can see how we can make those recordings more accessible to everybody to listen to.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you very much. Question, the first item you mentioned tomorrow, the NCAA event, I guess since I happen to be a fan of one of the Sweet 16 teams, can I come and show my colors to get people to vote for my team?
You know, I think that is strongly encouraged. You feel free, come on down and wear your colors with pride. I think that would be very, very welcomed at our March Madness event.
Okay, and what time is that event?
Let me just pull that up for you really, really quickly, just so I am 100% clear on that. Our March Madness event. Yes, Thomasina.
I was just going to ask while you were looking that up, Chair Gamble, who is your team? What are your colors?
It's the Tar Heels, and it's blue and white.
Yes.
And that was a big upset win over Baylor. That's really exciting.
Yes.
Yeah, it sure was.
And Chair Gamble, just so that you know, and the community, whoever is watching this know, tomorrow from 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., main entrance by the flagpoles, come celebrate and join us in the March Madness event. Food from Real Burger is free for the first 150 students. So students, if you're watching this, or faculty, staff, if you want to encourage students to come, the first 150 with a student ID will get their meal paid for by Student Engagement Office for free. And this is also open to staff and employees and everybody else. Come on down and have a good time. And Chair Gamble, we look forward to seeing you sporting those Tar Heel colors.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Marcos. Any other questions or comments from Marcos? Yes, oh, Jody. Okay, thank you, Marcos. Now, indeed, we will finally move on to the approval of the consent agenda. And we have the minutes from our February 23rd meeting. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
Could I propose just an amendment?
Sure.
Just on page 13, there was just a mischaracterization. I had talked about the cell phone tower contract be for 45 years with another 45 years. It was really for 5 years with 8 more potential extensions that would bring it to 45 years. So we're not committing to 90 years. We're committing to 5 years with eight updates. And that's on page 13, about halfway down the page.
Thank you, Member Wilson. I'll get with Court. We'll make sure that is corrected. Thank you.
Somehow I read that over and it didn't, I read it and it didn't, I sort of thought, oh, 45 years, what the heck? You know? Thanks, Ubi, for catching that. Any other comments before we hear a motion for approving those minutes? I need a motion.
Motion.
I so move.
Okay,
All right,
Zuby
I second.
and Jody, thank you very much. And do I need to hear a roll call or no?
We don't have to do that.
Okay. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We have a majority. Thank you. Okay, now we have matters related to policy. Second final readings for both a personnel policy 433 personnel records. Dr. Morimoto, please.
Thank you. And I also want to welcome my colleague Laura Mullery onto the stage with me. And also we have a legal counsel, Lynn Mostoller, to be here as well, because we took both Board Member Wilson's and Board Member Quintana's question about the public information request to our legal counsel. And what our legal counsel advised us is that we want to keep the PII form consistent with other policies. And that's the reason why they don't advise us from changing that particular definitions in this particular policy, even though it might be slightly confusing at first. Did I get that correctly, Laura?
Yes, that's correct, Josh. Since these are on the consent agenda, unless there are questions, there is no need for a presentation. And it looks like Lynn may have something to add.
No, I was just checking in. Make sure that if you needed me, I was here.
Okay. So since they are on the consent agenda, the process is that if, unless there are concerns and they be removed from the consent agenda, that means that these can be passed by the board.
Right, and they can be voted on together.
Exactly.
Okay.
I guess my concerns from last month persist. In policy in the 5.5 key distribution, I still think it's very important because procedures can be changed without going through any formal process that allows the college community to be made aware, and it's really the legal functioning part of the document. So I'm concerned that the way the key policy suggests a severe penalties for people who don't return their keys, even though there's nothing in there suggesting that anyone should ever have to ask them for their keys. I know that when I left the college, I ultimately just finally tracked down some people to see if I could return my keys. But under this policy, there are severe implications for not returning your keys, even though no one ever asked for them. So I think I'm concerned. I think things that have legal implications should be in the policy and not left to procedures. So I guess 5.5, I would be concerned. My concerns about 4.3.3 are going to be more of an ongoing thing about what we include. And for consistency, I understand how we might do things. But I think in the future, I'd like to see us strip out more of the wording that gets into details that just create hooks that are legal things for people to dig into that aren't necessary in the policy. So I'm okay with going forward with 433, and we'll have a greater conversation about that later. But I would like to see us take another look at the key policy and whether or not we could get in some level of responsibility for the college to make reasonable attempts to get keys back before there are penalties involved.
Josh or Lynn, is there any?
Thanks. Nick, Ms. Tias, do you want to respond? That's a policy under your area.
Sure. Let me see if I can add some value to the conversation. I mean, I think at this point, this policy is with the board, and if the board wants to make a revision, that the board can do that under the the process where we are now, and so I don't know if the board wants to entertain that idea, because I mean it's gone through the shared governance process for the most part, and is sitting with the board right now. So I mean, it's the proper time to be able to make that change if something is in place and the board elects to do that.
So is it the case, I haven't read over that carefully, but is it the case the policy does not now have a provision which says employees will be requested to return their keys?
Mr. Chair, it's not, I don't think it's in the policy, but it's in an exit checklist when people leave the college.
Also, I can weigh in here. We heard from legal on this, and what was stated was that the employees must return the key to the Human Resources Department, which means that this has already been addressed, and that it is procedure to ask that the HR department then go to the employee. And it's not to govern HR's job duties, but instead, this policy is to let employees know what their obligations are. I'm just reading from a comment made by legal.
I guess I'm
I will
thinking.
just, Mr. Chair, if I may, I would just add that in the past, the board for years have been making efforts at taking procedural things out of the policy that had been sort of the practice that had been in place under the understanding of prior board. So I don't know what elements of procedure are still needed to be included in policy. I think that's a board consideration.
I guess I would like to pull it off the consent agenda and propose an amendment and bring it back next month.
Yeah, this is Jody. I have a question about, I guess, the process then. You mentioned a checkout list. So does an employee go through a checkout kind of process that involves a checkout list? And on that checkout list is the point where the employee returns the key. So then this policy would in effect be after an employee went through the checkout list with someone, their supervisor or HR, and then did not return the key? Is that how this would flow?
I think so, but I think that Mr. Chair and Board Member Hugh, but I think that Board Member Wilson's saying that he would like to see language in this policy that says that HR will make reasonable attempts to make sure that that the employee is notified, that the onus is not just up to the employee to turn it in and nobody contacts them about it.
Well,
I
so
think-
that's why I'm asking this process question, because if they went through checkout and they went through a checkout list and that was on the list, they have been notified then, right? And so this is in the event they either didn't bring it or are refusing to give it back. Is that my understanding?
Yes, they have been notified under the checklist that everybody's required to use as they exit the college. That would be a type of notification.
All right, so this isn't just out of the blue, we want a key back. This is they're leaving, they've gone through a checklist. For some reason, they did not return the key. And now the college is wanting that property back, right?
That's correct, as I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, we could discuss it more. I'm not sure. I don't think that the employee hasn't already been given fair notice. And I think it's in the college's right to want those keys back. I mean, many of these keys go to sensitive areas. If they're like our keys, they go to places that you don't want unauthorized people being in or to have access to.
Zuby, is it your point, Zuby, that the current process for requesting the employee to return the key is somehow insufficient?
Well, yes. But I think that we can fix this. And I think that a lot of things have probably been done to make the system work better. But I think speaking with a number of people, these processes have not been done even. And so I guess what I'm looking for is just some reference in the policy, not the procedure, that the college has some responsibility for asking for that, because right now, the way I read it, the employee could be in trouble for not returning a key, even though no one has ever gone through this checklist or ever contacted them about getting the key back. And that could be in a procedure, but right now we are voting on a policy, and that policy is putting all of the onus on the employee and none of it on any of the college structures to make reasonable efforts. And that's all I'm asking, is that in the policy, we include that the college has some responsibility in this, not only the employee.
Yeah, Zuby, I think you might have a really good point. There is a point where I'm confused, and it might be what you're alluding to. When it comes to an employee separating from the college, then it sounds like we have a process in place. Zuby, are you talking about just any employee being requested to give a key back, and how would they know? Or are you talking about the separation process?
Either way, either we want the key back for them or they're being separated. But I think that historically, the process has not been good. I know there are people out there who were separated from the college years ago that still have keys and were never asked for them back. And and I think I think we've rekeyed those areas because of that acknowledgement. But I think the college needs to take responsibility, and I think it needs to be in the policy that the college is obliged to make an effort, not that all the onus is on the employee.
Mr. Chair and Member Wilson, there is language in the policy that's before the board. If I'm looking at the same draft, H2 says, if an employee leaves the college without returning keys, the college shall take appropriate steps to request return of the keys. So there is onus on the college to make the request and payment of related fees. And as a practical matter, if the college has blown it on requesting the key back, I think it's pretty likely they're going to blow it on collecting a fee too.
Yeah, Lynn, I agree. I read that part, and that's where it's kind of clear to me about the separation, right? If we have a checklist and But as far as a key control program, do we have that? And then what is our process for requesting a key back? Say when people change positions, not separating, right? So certain positions have certain access to certain areas or privileges that come with keys. When people change those positions, do we have a key control program that then requests those keys back? And I don't know, I'm asking, but.
Yeah, let me see if I can help here, Mr. Chair. We have a dedicated employee in an office for keys. So yes, we're maintaining that and managing that. And so again, we also have that form that, you know, employees, when they separate from the college, we may need to get better on when employees move from positions internally on that part. But when employees separate, you know, you have to check out your P cards, let's say, for example, your keys, some computer equipment, you know, it's all in the same form. And so that is being done. And again, we have a dedicated staff person that manages and monitors our key control office.
Okay, Zuby, are you satisfied with what you have heard from the attorney and from Nick regarding the policy? Or are you still concerned about the wording in the policy?
I will remove my objection to taking this off the consent agenda for now, but I think we need to look at these things a little more deeply as we're going through policy.
Okay, so you're saying for the moment you will accept this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we need a motion to vote on these two policies, 433 and 55. Do I have a motion and a second?
I move to approve.
Okay. And I second. And do I have all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And
I'm going to abstain on this one.
you're going to abstain, okay? So it passes by 2 votes. Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any items removed from our consent agenda? I don't think so. And now, Mr. Telles, we get some financial reports. And tell us.
Wow, that snuck up on me quickly. All right, good.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can share my
Give us all the good news first.
Okay, yeah, well, we'll start, Mr. Chair, board members, President Rowley, with the financial report. Hopefully I can get through this pretty quickly because later on in the agenda, we have an actual little bit more robust mid-year review. But if it is okay with you, Mr. Chair, I will read off of the actual the detailed financial report, starting with the cash and bank. And let's see here if I can share my screen. Let me know if you see it.
Yes, we see it.
Okay, so the financial report that we're asking you to approve is through the fiscal year through February 28th. And through February 28th, you'll see that we have $31.1 million in our operating account. And that's compared to 18.1 million. In the MD&A that I provided, there's a breakdown of the makeup of the 31.1 million. It's not all unrestricted cash. So it's important to kind of look at that. There's cash in there that's obligated for restricted purposes. The next line there, you see NMFA bonds. This is the cash reserve requirement for our energy performance contract and IGA projects. You know, in order to have those bond proceeds and have approval of those bonds, we were required to keep that reserve in the amount of $308,000 compared to $304,000 last year. It's growing based upon some interest that's accrued. With restricted capital outlay bonds, we have about 2.8 million in those restricted local GO bond proceeds left. Last year, we had, at the same time, we had 5.1 million. We've added some educational tech notes and we have available proceeds of 4.7 million, and we didn't have that last year. With NMFA bond proceeds, we have 2.4 million remaining compared to 4.2 last year. So we're spending down on those NMFA bonds related to our microgrid and energy performance contracting. Debt service is slightly down to 3.1 million, and last year we saw that at about 3.4 million. In total, we have total cash in bank in all of our bank accounts, the amount of 44.5 million, and last year we had 31.2 million. So that 44.5 million is in many respects restricted and has obligated purposes for some of that cash. Any questions on the cash report? Okay, moving on to ING, you'll see that ING revenues are up 6%, totaling 27.3 million. Tuition and fees has increased by about 12% there. A lot of that is, we'll see here in a bit, it's due to contract training and continuing ed. As we looked at the enrollment report, we don't have students taking a lot of extra student like credit hour, although the head count is really good. So what we need to see and what we hope to see is that those additional students that are coming back start to take more classes. And that would be great because obviously folks pay their tuition and fee revenue per credit hour. Our state appropriations up 10%, it's at 7.8 million. And our local appropriations compared to last February, just up slightly by about $130,000. And so we're watching that closely. Remember, we have the remaining large portion that's due at the May, June timeframe at the end of this fiscal year. So that's what will make up ground there. On the expenditure side, we are up slightly at 3% in total expenditures, totaling 20.2 million. And so that's that. On the compensation side, we spent about 58% of our budget, and we had total expenditures of 15.3 million compared to 14.7 million last year in salaries and benefits. So that's up 4%. And total expenses for supplies, expense, equipment, utilities is flat at the end of February. Any questions on ING? Ultimately, things look pretty good. I mean, everything's on target with our ING report. For public service, things look great here too. That's not a common statement for me because for several years we've had challenges in this fund and primarily in the area of Kids Campus, but they're doing really well. They have revenue of 654,000 and expenditures of about 488,000 for total net positive of 166,000. So it's really good for Kids Campus there. Our firstborn program has a positive balance of 54,000, and that's the revenue generated there is off of our PSP for this fiscal year. And our higher ed center is on the positive side by about $95,000 there. Any questions on public service? Everything looks really good from that perspective on that. Our bookstore, very little activity here, just revenue of 150,000 and expenditures of 76,000. And that's because we are still currently utilizing our virtual bookstore services for that. I have been in conversations with Barnes and Noble, and originally they had planned on setting up the on-campus store at the end of this month. Early April, they've kind of delayed that based upon really COVID and limited foot traffic. And so they do have plans on setting up shop on campus in that May, June timeframe. So we're looking forward to that. That's going to be really helpful for the students and for the campus as a whole. With the plant fund, we see here expenditures. I mean, really the story here is expenditures in the category of revenue bonds, local bonds, state bonds in those columns there. And under revenue bonds, we've had expenditures of 1.5 million, local bonds were 1.3 million, state bonds 1.2 million. And together we have, right around $4 million of capital projects that have been spent down upon, and so that looks really good. That's a lot of work for our facilities folks. Dobby, Andrea, and team are doing a really good job making sure that we have our plant projects being handled and taken care of there. You'll see the bottom line number here of 11.1 million. We still need to complete a transfer of the minimum cash requirement. And so in the next couple months, definitely by the time we do a budget adjustment request, we will transfer the amount of the cash requirement, which is over $12 million, into this fund here. And you'll see that number sitting here in the highlighted blue section. So that still needs to take place there. And then I'm really excited to show you receivables. I've never been so excited about receivables. $491,000 of outstanding receivables. I don't know if I've ever seen it that low before. The lowest, I've seen is really 800,000. So I know our grants office has been working very, very diligently to stay on top of these receivables, and so they've been able to collect a lot of the outstanding receivables that have been there for a while. So receivables look really good, pretty low amount outstanding. Most of them are in the 0 to 30 timeframe, so good news on that front. And now I can stand for any questions you might have on the February report.
So, Nick, items in parentheses, that indicates they are due?
Actually, those are advances.
Those are advances?
Yeah, so that's money we've received. So it's the opposite of a receivable, but it's just how we present it on this report. So it's actually money we have on hand, and
okay.
And so, yeah, so it's a sort of a good thing.
So that $329,000 is cash we have.
Yes, it's grant cash that we have from
Right.
CYFG.
Okay.
That's correct. And that helps to reduce the total amount of.
Right.
You take that out, our outstanding receivables go up.
Right. Okay. Any questions comments? No questions or comments? Well, that was easy.
None for
Still need
me.
approval. Mr. Chair, if we may get a written approval of the report. It's an action item.
Okay. It looks like a window of opportunity.
So we need a motion.
A motion to approve the financial report.
Yeah.
So moved.
Okay,
Oh,
Jody.
second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion's approved. Passed. Now, property disposal list.
Okay, I'm gonna have to.
This is our favorite thing. You know that, Nick.
Yeah, I bet you waited all year for this because we do it once a year, right? Yeah, and this is the mandatory, like the requirement that we have to adhere to through HED and state rules, where we have to have our board approve this. And I'm trying to open up the agenda to pull it up, and I can't. Amy, pal the app and have it handy. I'm sorry.
Let me try and get it. Mason, can I share?
How do I do that? Mason, do I just hit X or will that take me out of the whole thing? Oh, okay. Cool, Amy has it up. If you can just, I don't know, make it a little bit bigger.
How do I make it full? Oh, full screen. There we go.
All right, if you can scroll down a bit. So yes, Mr. Chair and board members, President Raleigh, we're asking for approval of this list here. A lot of it is computer equipment, and a lot of it is equipment that has exceeded its useful life and has really no significant value. And so you've hopefully been able to kind of look through this information. It's again a lot of really primarily outdated and obsolete OIT equipment.
Right.
Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. We can't use this anymore. It's just sitting idle in general services right now, and we need to make space and move it out.
I have a question about this.
Good.
I'm wondering, as we decide equipment is not useful, and I think that sometimes we take a kind of a myopic view that maybe the area that's been using it doesn't need it and they want to pass it on. I'd like to see somehow, as things become unuseful in one area, that other departments be made aware that this equipment may be going to auction or may be disposed of, so that we find if there are other parts of campus that might find that the equipment useful. I'm seeing that, I'm curious, a lot of computer equipment, whether or not, is it broken? Is it just we can no longer support it with technology or software changes we've made? Or a variety of things like that. I'm looking at a lot of culinary equipment in there. And I'm wondering, are we disposing of equipment from the culinary department or from our former food service? Has the culinary department been able to look at all of that equipment to see if they might be able to put it to use? Or now also in our controlled environment agriculture program, I think a lot of that equipment looks like it could be useful in those areas. And I'm just want to make sure that before we dispose of equipment and then find ourselves buying similar equipment for another department in a year or 6 months, or that we just make sure that we've given the entire campus an opportunity to determine whether it's useful before we just dispose of it.
I can speak to the computer side of the house. If that's helpful.
Yes.
Member Wilson. Thank you for the question. So, you know, as you can see, a lot of the computer equipment is quite old. And when it gets that old, it's no longer supported by the vendor, meaning they no longer produce software patches. They become liabilities, not in just that we maybe can't even run the proper software, but they become security liabilities. So like I can see these HP DL560s, those servers had severe vulnerabilities that caused too much risk in our environment. And, you know, we went through the process of doing a renewal and replacement on that entire environment. So eventually hardware like that, and I will tell you, we use our computer hardware until it is sometimes beyond that. I mean, the fact that we let it go that long was probably even not good, because we did end up using it for a few months while this terrible vulnerability existed. And so we do our best to use these things as efficiently as possible, but like we can't pass that on to someone else around campus, because then the vulnerability is still in existence on campus. So that's typically the logic for the computer equipment. And we use it until its useful life is through. So thank you. I hope that's helpful.
That's very helpful. I guess the one question I'd have is, in its current form, we would not want it to be a part of our system. But I'm looking at STEM Santa Fe or our electronics program, and whether they might be able to dismantle and repurpose parts. I know that they do some robotics work where they take old computers that they get from other areas in STEM Santa Fe. And so whether we might make some of that available so that they can use some of the processing, not the whole computer, but I think there may be ways that may be useful, not in its current form, but dismantled and repurposed.
Potentially, but I can't speak to the legality of that. You know, I mean, once IT takes it out of our environment, and you know, the truth is we often dismantle them because like we can't give someone the hard drives. We'll leave certain parts, but we often take the memory and hard drives out because we need to get that destroyed. So we ship that off to a destruction company because we can't allow our data to leave, you know, through some process. But there could be ways that the other pieces could be used. I don't know that part. I would rely on maybe finance to know if that's even proper disposal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, thanks, Corey, for all of your insight. I mean, that's the critical issue with technology and computer equipment and servers and all of those different things is the cybersecurity issue. And then we have the, you know, there are state requirements on the property that we have that we're mandated to destroy the components that collect, you know, personal information and sensitive data. And so, you know, that would be an issue if we were going to hand it off to another group to kind of work on. I don't know. You know, I think it's more of a case-by-case thing, and I think that I can definitely relay the message to General Services and see if there is a way to notify the campus on things that might still be useful. I say that with a word of caution, though, because the whole purpose of assigning useful life to capital equipment, whether it be computers or you know, like tangible property or things like that, is that after the useful life is expended, we know that it does, in many instances, it becomes more expensive to keep a piece of equipment beyond its useful life, rather than just replacing that piece of equipment completely. So those are the factors that we kind of have to weigh. That's not to say that there are some things that, you know, if it's a pot or a pan, then maybe we do want to consider that and make sure that maybe we can reuse it. So yeah, I think it's a thing that I can work with the offices and Amy Pell and General Services on to see if we can come up with that list. I think it would be pretty small though, actually.
So, and Nick, do I understand the next step is if we approve this, then all of this equipment goes to General Services and then they make some decision about how all that equipment is dispersed?
It's with them right now, and what they'll do is we still have to get approval before we dispose of anything. We have to send this list and the board meeting minutes. We have to send it to HED and the state auditor's office and wait 30 days, and then we can dispose of it. And so after the 30 days, General Services will, you know, once we're authorized to dispose of it, we, under past practices, we've always worked with an auction company that takes this property and auctions it off.
Okay.
I guess what I'd like to propose is if there's not a legal reason not to postpone this till next month's meeting and allow some of the campus community to see what's on this list and whether it might be potentially repurposed on campus. And obviously a department that takes on something that's beyond its useful life would be taking on, you know, through their own budgets, any maintenance, or they could determine that it's beyond its useful life and then put it back on the disposal list for next year. But I think we should at least give parts of the campus an opportunity to see whether they might be able to repurpose some of this equipment. I'm certain that some of, especially the culinary equipment, could be put to good use on campus for perhaps not for certified use for food grade, but there are other uses that some of these things could have in various laboratories that I think we should at least explore whether that's a possibility before we send it off to auction.
It is kind of timely in this process where we have to get the board's approval now, then we have to wait for the approved minutes of this meeting that extends into, you know, hopefully that gets done in April. Then we got to get those meeting minutes and send them with this list to HED and wait 30 days. So May, June, it's really tight, and the auditors had really been on us for making sure that we get this approved during the current fiscal year. We had an kind of a issue with our auditors on not meeting the June 30th deadline on it. So it's a lengthy process. I mean, it is what it is. So I would ask that the board could approve this now, and then moving forward, we sort of revise some of the ways we do this after I can work with my team on how we can actually make it happen.
Nick, I
don't want this list to be debated for 2 months and then we miss the ability to dispose of it and then have an audit finding.
Right. Nick, does this process of going through these materials, is this an annual process? Yes.
It is an annual process. We do this every year.
Well, and it seems to me that there are some of the questions that Zuby raises are possible concerns. They also seem to me complicated in the sense of if people see a list, if I see the list, I may have to see the item before I could decide whether or not it was useful. So what I'm going to propose is that we pass this, these proposals this year, and we look at possibilities for reviewing some of the materials for future years. Zuby, what do you think about that idea?
If we pass this today, does it preclude the possibility that someone in another department could look at this list and say, wow, that food processor would be really useful for us in something in one of the laboratories, not in, or in culinary, after the fact? If we approve this, does that mean that absolutely no way anyone could have it? Or while the state is reviewing this, we could pull things off the list at a later date?
I think for this year, it means that that's finished for this year. In other words, the process, there has been a vetting process by lots of different people already. So for this year, we would simply accept materials going out like this. And the critical thing would be to figure out for future years how we could make a process following your idea, which is an interesting idea that, you know, I think we just have to build it into the process in a timely way rather than coming late. Coming late just doesn't work. So, Zuby, are you?
I guess my question for Nick is, if we approve this list and send it on to is there any legal problem with pulling something off the list because somebody on campus, because I see thousands of dollars of equipment that could be useful in some of the labs that we're just disposing of, and then we may be asking to buy that exact same equipment 6 months from now, but because this wasn't vetted campus-wide, that there may be people that would really want this equipment. And so I guess if it's not possible after we pass this, that we would be unable to pull anything off the list, that I would probably vote against that today, because I think I see a lot of valuable equipment going out the door without adequate vetting through the whole campus.
Well, yeah, well, we're relying on, Mr. Chair, we're relying on our experts to determine the condition of the equipment and having that equipment being disposed of because it's no longer useful. It's obsolete. It does not have any more useful life. That's the whole point of depreciating items. And if we're keeping equipment around and encouraging the college to keep obsolete equipment around, it's not safe. That's another issue that we're faced with. And we really don't have the staff. I mean, we have 2-3 people in general services that are inventorying everything that's been purchased at the college over $1,500. And they're very, very busy with that and just the receiving duties that they have, and to sort of have to set up a thing where the entire college comes in and goes through the equipment that's sitting in general services. I just don't know how we can do that. I have to work with my team to figure out if there is a viable process on doing that.
Right. Yeah.
And there's this assumption that this stuff is no longer useful.
Right. And I think, Zuby, your concern, I think is fine, but I think that it should be considered for next year and future years rather than for this year. This year, it's not it is inappropriate for timely reasons to do it. So for future years, if you wish to get involved, if you could consult with Nick about ways to do that, I think that would be appropriate. But for this year, I'm going to ask for a vote on this property disposal list now. So do I have a motion to approve this?
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Zuby?
As I said, at this point, I have not gotten an answer to my question as to whether we approve this list, whether it's possible to remove things off it after the fact. And so at this point, I see valuable equipment going out the door that I think would be useful to the campus. And so I feel it's my fiduciary responsibility to the community that we make every effort to not throw away things that would be valuable. So I would be voting against that in this case.
Okay. And I vote for it, so 3 votes for, so it passes. So if you would take the responsibility, Zuby, to consult with Nick for future years to make the process a more efficient process for disposing of materials, that would be great. Will you do that?
I'd be delighted any way I can help.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thanks, and yeah, I look forward to talking to you, Zuby, about it, and it's really just a matter of working with the team that handles these things to see if there's a way to make it reasonable and not, you know, and assure that people are continuing to keep, you know, equipment, property that's safe, in safe condition when we know it's past its useful life. So
yeah,
we'll look
Yeah,
at it.
Chair Gamble.
Yes.
Oh, this is Jody. So I think that's a good idea. Just based on the timeline that we work to every year on this, and you know, there's always a lot of discussion around this. So it sounds like it would be good to look at the process earlier. You know, Nick, I would just suggest that maybe we start this in January as opposed to March, right? Because the deadline is looming in a couple months, and then that builds in time to be able to have the different departments look at it. Plus, if you developed a list of things that absolutely are not recyclable, right, within the community, things that have security issues, like we talked about, things that would absolutely not be reusable, and then separated out the list, and the list were smaller and contained things like Zuby's pointed out that other departments might be interested in. I think that would make it more doable if we started earlier and the lists were kind of separated.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll try our best to do that.
Okay. Okay, next item on the agenda, information items. And it looks like, Nick, you're up with which of those items? The budget and finance review or the finance and bond planning? And you're muted at the moment.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to do the mid-year budget and finance review if you want to go that route.
Okay.
All right. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen here with you all and just talk a little bit about the mid-year, where we are with our budget and finance review. A lot has happened based upon the outcomes of the legislative session that affects this year and actually does roll into the impact of next fiscal year. So with that, just scroll to the next page here. In terms of our FY22 ING highlights, and we just talked about the February report. These are numbers through March 15th, so they're a little bit more timely. And This is where you will see the credit tuition results. It's a budget to actual comparison showing FY21 to FY22. And you'll see that with credit tuition, we're down slightly by 8% to the prior fiscal year. So this year we have total actual fiscal year to date credit tuition and fee revenue of 2.7 million. And that's compared to last year's actuals of about 2.9, nearly 3 million. So it's down there slightly. But as I mentioned earlier, continuing ed and contract training are performing really well. And that's what's helping our total tuition and fee revenue increase and improve over the year. So with continuing ed, you see that we at mid-March, we have revenue of about $350,000, $351,000 compared to last year. At the end of the year, it was a total amount for the entire year of $225,000. So we're up there by about 56%. And so that's where we see some really good improvement. And contract training is just doing really, really well. Right now, you'll see that the end of year FY21, the college had revenue of $849,938 for the whole entire year. Through mid-March, we're at 698,000, almost 700,000. And so, we still have a few months to go. And it just so happens with contract training that they do bring in quite a bit of revenue at the end of the year in the fourth quarter. And we imagine it's going to it should substantially exceed what we generated last year for an entire fiscal year. So we're excited about that. With respect to fees, you will see that last year we had actual revenues of $1,221,925 of revenue from fees. And at this point in the year, we have actuals of $1,461,615. And so we've actually, at this point in the year, we've outpaced what we were doing last year by a little over $200,000 there. And so with fees, that's really the improvement there. So, revenues look good. As I mentioned earlier, the credit tuition is down. However, headcount is up. And so I am very hopeful and optimistic that students will, with more students on campus, they'll start to take more courses, and hopefully we'll start doing that as a result of the Opportunity Scholarship, which should hopefully make a big difference there. Any questions on those revenues? With the state appropriation, we have state appropriations. Last year we received $10,615,200. And this year we've received $8,727,475. And so we're on pace to bring in a bit more, and we will hit the budgeted amount of $11.2 million there with state appropriations revenue, and that's going to be up about 6% there. With local appropriation, we still have the second property tax collection due to the college. We have a budgeted amount for this year of $21.2 million. we've currently received 14.2 million of that. And so we believe that we'll be up with mill levy this year about 1 to 2% on that.
Nick, where does the money come in from the state for the free tuition?
That's going to be, I mean, the rules are still kind of being put together, but I understand that they're going to handle it in the same way that they handle the lottery, and so we'll submit to the state what students qualify for the opportunity scholarship, and then they'll reimburse us for that. You know, there's certain criteria that students have to meet in order to receive the opportunity scholarship.
Okay, but those numbers are not included in these estimates of what we're getting, right?
Yeah, they would cover the tuition in fees, and so we don't have opportunity scholarship estimates at this point. You know, ultimately, the revenue will come from the state rather than the student paying it. So the only way we'll increase revenue is if students take more classes and, you know, have more courses that we're able to recoup credit hours from the state on.
Right.
In that way, or if the opportunity scholarship encourages more people to come back to college.
Right.
So we'll have even more people, and so it's really hard to project how much that will actually happen.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
It's really hard to say. Okay, so that's our state appropriation revenue. This is our local mill levy appropriation and trending, and you can see the what is that, yellow line is the current year taxes, and the small orange columns are the prior year property taxes. So those are delinquent taxes. And, you know, you've seen that upward projection. And through FY21, those are actuals. So we're seeing it increase from year to year. And the interesting part is really FY19 and 20, where there was a lot of question marks on what would happen to mill levy property taxes under the pandemic. And we see that growth rate still continued through that. So, you know, so that's just interesting to me when I observed this chart here. And then for FY22, the bar there is a little small just because we've only received the first half property tax collection. And so again, we're gonna anticipate, you know, a 1 to 2% growth rate for FY22, because that's the way it looks, you know, over the past few years recently. In FY21, we received a total amount of $21,716,000 from mill levy, and in the prior year, we received about 21.2 million there. So it grows between 500 and 700,000, at least recently, with respect to growth in revenue from mill levies. And so that's going to be really important as we try to meet the new challenges that we're faced with in terms of the compensation requirement from the state. Any questions on mill levy? Okay, I'm going to move on to this next page. So with FY22 ING expenses, we're really seeing that ING expenses through March are down about 21% below the budget. And so there's going to be a lot of budget savings is what I'll call it because of that. That second bullet talks about expenses being under budget due to we have quite a few position vacancies, and a lot of it is with respect to difficulty hiring in the COVID-19 environment. This extends to other colleges, other institutions, most every business. Everyone is having a hard time staffing up and finding people. And so we're no different. We have quite a few vacancies. And so with all those vacancies, it's going to be a situation where you have those salary savings that are going to build up our end of year fund balance. So there's that. And to answer a question that came up earlier, I did get information that with our faculty positions or full-time faculty positions, we have about 9 of those that are vacant.
Okay.
So just an FYI on that.
Mhm.
And so, you know, we're going to have to consider that and that those budget savings, the increased fund balance at this end of this fiscal year, as we plan our budget adjustment for FY22 and then the new year budget for next year, FY23. Again, there, the third bullet talks about budget savings will add substantially to our end of year closeout fund balance, and that will be in excess of our cash reserve requirement. And that cash reserve requirement is instituted by SFCC policy 1-31. With the expenses, we also will have to consider the legislative requirements for compensation increases for all of higher ed. And the challenge there is that it has to be effective in April of this year, at the end of this year, next month. And it has to be effective at the first pay period in April, which puts incredible administrative challenges that we've talked to our peers and everybody's just scrambling to try to get this in place and meet the requirement that was in the statute. So moving on, it'll be really important to consider our fund balance as we figure out the compensation increase that we're required to do this year, as well as the requirement for the upcoming fiscal year. And I'll talk about it here in a little bit, but what the legislation required was 3% of a pay increase for the fourth quarter in this current fiscal year, FY22. So the fourth quarter is April, May, and June. And that 3% needs to be in place by the first pay period in April, which puts a lot of pressure on making all of this happen quickly. And you'll see here, we've put together some data on our fund balance and how that looks. In FY21, we had a closeout of 7.2 million. At FY22, we're anticipating about 6.4 million. That's staying pretty consistent at 23, 24, 25, and 26. In 27, we will project a bit of a deficit of that fund balance, but I can speak to that here as we talk about options for the compensation increase. So with HB2, House Bill 2, and the legislative requirements for this current fiscal year, Dr. Rowley spoke about it earlier in her report, but I put some text together here to kind of focus us on what we're faced with, where we have that mandated 3% compensation increase for the fourth quarter this next month, a mandated 4% comp increase for FY23, and that would begin July 1. We also are required to institute a $15 an hour living wage. That was also incorporated in House Bill 2. That is a interesting and very challenging thing on its own, because By having the $15 an hour living wage minimum, it puts up pay compression on our salary schedules. So we're looking at that. We're considering how that all is going to be handled, because, you know, we have an existing pay schedule and structure that is in place. And when you move from, we were following the county's living wage, which is 12.32 an hour. And so that was our for this budget year, FY22, that's the current amount that we had in place as the minimum threshold. So if you move that 12.32 up to 15, those folks that were at 15, you know, they need to go somewhere too, because they cannot no longer be at the minimum wage.
Right.
And so we're going to have to deal with that. And there's some costs that are associated with being able to do that. We're looking at numbers right now, and it's doable, definitely. ERB, so the Educational Retirement Board, is increasing our employer portion for SFCC by about 2%. And that's only for the employer, not the employee. So it doesn't impact the paychecks of the employee. It only is a cost, more of a cost for our college on that. So we're looking at that, and we're told that there could be some funding for it, but we don't have any funding in place for it right now. That could be a topic of consideration for the special session, but we'll see. It's hard to say. And the real challenge here too is HED is currently finalizing all the calculations, and so we've gotten some of the information with respect to our revenue increase for the mandatory compensation increases, but it's coming piecemealed, and so HED is working frantically to try to get us the information we need in order to true up our budgets and things like that. But we've looked at the numbers, and it's consistent where what it seems like is that the state is going to provide about a 42% of the true cost of the entire pay increase, and we'll get that from the state. The college will have to make up the other 58% of it, which always happens every time the legislature does this. But that's why this fund balance issue is really key in seeing ways of being able to make it all happen. Here, the Opportunity Scholarship was a big effort and achievement in the session. I think it's super good for our state and our students. And HED is finalizing those rules on how it is going to apply for students, because there's just a lot of different ways that it can affect students who are in school now. And but the real premise in the legislation was that the Opportunity Scholarship will be available to residents in New Mexico enrolled at least half-time at a New Mexico public higher ed institution. And it does cover both tuition and fees. So that was good. At first I had heard it was only tuition, but it will cover the fees as well. And I know I just spoke with Tomasina earlier today. I think she's on the line. And her office is working on exactly how we're going to be able to implement this new Opportunity Scholarship for our students at college. So any questions on those topics? Some other things, a lot of other things happened legislatively. I noticed there was some endowment money. I think Dr. Rowley spoke about it earlier. There's endowment money for nursing, I think social services, instructors and programs. There's some endowment money for that. I think there's endowment money for, if I remember correctly, educational and educators. So instructors in educational courses and things like that. And then we also did get some funding. I don't know exactly the amount, but there was money in the bill for renewal and replacement funds for the college. So that was something that is really good to get, and we hadn't seen that. I've never seen that, and be able to fund some of our renewal and replacement for facilities. So that's really good there. So moving on to our FY22 budget adjustment request, which will be coming up, and then the FY23 budget impact. We are exploring currently being able to identify a pay increase of about 8% that would be effective in April and to exceed the legislative mandate. So on that point, the way that it would work if we did it the way that the legislature had written in the bill, you would do a 3% on current compensation right now, and then you would get that amount, and for July 1, you would add a 4% on that bigger number. So the true effective rate of the compensation increase is really like a 7.2 for most employees, 7.2% pay increase. So the pay increase really, it gets kind of compounded when you do it in 2 phases. And so what our thinking is that we don't want to do 7.2. Let's just do an 8%, and it exceeds the 7% legislation that was really put in place to address inflation and the higher levels of inflation that we're seeing for consumers currently. So we feel like that's really important to be able to do that. We will also have to implement that $15 an hour living wage at July 1st. That's what the House Bill 2 says. And then we'll have to do that while at the same time addressing the pay compression that I spoke about a little while ago. We want to definitely explore utilizing the available fund balance that is built up over the past couple of years, that's in excess of the cash reserve requirements that we have. And in order to finance some of these compensation increases, we will have to get salary tables to the governing board so that the governing board can review and approve those and consider them. We want to be able to also expedite our decisions related to the legislation, because if we did it in the 2-step process, that is an administrative nightmare. And I don't know if we can meet the deadline of making all this happen really by April 22nd. April 22nd is really the first pay period in April that the legislation requires us to have this effective and implemented by. So that's another reason that we are really wanting to ask the board to consider doing this all at once, effective April 1st, so that we can get all of our ducks in a row in order to have that in place for paychecks that are to be delivered on April 22nd. And unfortunately, we're going to need a special board meeting to be scheduled early in April to really be able to consider all of these different things. And normally we meet mid-April for the work session that usually lasts several hours. But in this case, we'll need to do that even earlier in April, and ask the board to have the ability to approve a budget, both a bar and a potential FY23 budget during that meeting early April. And so it's really, it's a time crunch, but this is kind of what we're faced with at this point. Any thoughts on that, on this slide here? I know it's a lot, but
Nick,
sure.
this is Jody. Yeah, I mean, April 1st is like 1 week away, 1 week and a day, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to get there and have this done?
Oh, yeah. We've made a lot. Amy Tilley worked, and I, but more so Amy, she worked the entire spring break on this, and her and I have, really crunched the numbers, and we basically have it ready for you. We were wanting to get it in front of you at this meeting, but there's a lot to it, so we will definitely be ready for that time frame. And if the board decides to meet around the 5th, that would be great. But the first week in April would really be helpful, because we would have to get that approval if the board elects to do that, and then we would work frantically to get all of this stuff in place by that April 22nd pay period.
Okay, I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, no, Amy really's put the budget, a proposed budget together, and I did help her with it, so I have to include myself in there over the break, and we have everything we need to be able to get the board, hopefully get the board the information you all need to make decisions.
So
Nick,
This is all
go ahead.
really quickly, and all the other schools are doing the same thing. I think, yeah, they're all scrambling.
So the legislation is requiring that the pay increase goes into effect our first pay period in April, correct? It doesn't have to be in by April 1st.
First pay period. It actually says that in the bill. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, but it says that.
Yeah, which is unheard of, but we're all struggling with this, as Nick said.
Yeah, I thought that we would be able to make it effective April 1 and get everything trued up in paychecks in, let's say, late May at the latest. But we have heard from our partner schools that those schools are interpreting that legislation as it needs to be done by April 22nd, in place.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, you probably need to give us what your drop dead date is for meeting so we can plan accordingly.
Right. You may need to give us a date or two options for the board to get together.
Well, I propose April 5th, if that would work. I don't know if you can check your calendars as we sit here. And if Becky, you might have something in mind, or Amy Tilley. I think the very latest is the 7th.
The 7th of April?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta get a calendar.
Is April 1st too early, Nick? So are you looking at that second week?
Yeah, it's got to be that second week. I mean, the first full week of April.
Got it. Okay.
And just to clarify, we have to have it for the first full paycheck in April. So that first full paycheck is we have our hourly staff are 1 week in arrears. So that first full paycheck that we'll be issuing is going to be April 22nd. So with the board meeting happening the week of April 4th, that would give us a week and a few
ready, right?
to get it on.
Yeah. Nothing like a little pressure, huh?
I know. Oh my goodness.
I'm telling you, like, it's been, for the last 4 or 5 budgets, it's been like this, like just crazy things at the very end of the year that we have to wrestle.
So we're talking about April 5th?
That would be ideal.
So that works for me. Jody, that work for you?
I'm checking.
The 7th would be preferable for me.
Okay.
Okay,
Peter?
we could have Audrey, because Linda's not here either, so we probably should just have Audrey work on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Audrey. All right, any other questions on the budget adjustment or FY23 impact? Those are the real essential things that they're must do's, you know, and again,
Well, I mean, it seems like we're just in very good shape this year for a variety of reasons, and that's great. You know, and it's also good that we're, you know, the 8% sounds good. I think all the employees will appreciate, while they want more, may want more, the 8% is very positive. The $15 increase is also very positive. Yeah.
yeah, and so, and just to go back to this slide here to kind of give a you know, high level overview of what we're looking at. You see the fund balance kind of decreasing over the years up into FY27. In here, though, we've put in a planned. It's really a pro forma, and it's a planned regular annual increase of what was it, Amy?
4%.
4%. So we would do in FY23, we would do this 8% idea. I mean, really starting in the fourth quarter in FY22. And then in 24, 25, 26, we do have planned in there for an additional 4%. And these are really conservative numbers. So we have levers in the pro forma that are in place to be able to avoid a deficit in 27. But it does kind of occur if we did that true 4% every year. Now, if we realize like things aren't going well and we decide, okay, we can only do 1.5%, that will really help that deficit in 27. You know, there's also the possibility the legislature will increase compensation again in the next 5 years. And so you would have that revenue in place as well. And then it's also really important to remember the mill levy, where we're really seeing about $500,000 to $700,000 of increases every year. So that's been also factored into that, into these numbers here. You don't see it, but it's built in there. So I think it's doable, and it's I think a really good thing for our employees in the college. And it helps us to, you know, really not generate an enormous fund balance that is in excess of our cash reserve. Now, I mean, that's the glass half full perspective. There's always the glass half empty perspective. And I do have to point out, I didn't include it in the slide, but the legislature does have language in House Bill 2 where if enrollment is not, correct me if I'm wrong, Becky, but if if enrollment has declined 50% over 5 years, depending on how HED calculates it, you are likely to be put on a, I guess it's called fiscal watch. And then they'll ask you to put a plan together to address that enrollment decline. And if you don't, HED could reduce your appropriation by, I think that they said about 3%. So, I mean, yeah, there's some challenges. There's some known unknowns in here, but we feel like this is a prudent budget, responsible budget that we can make happen in order to address these excess dollars that we have, that we don't want to really just stockpile, really. Now the 12 million in cash reserves that we have, do remember that only is for 3 months out of 12 and 25% of really all of our current fund expenditures. So sounds like a lot of money, but we have a fairly large budget. And if, things ever did go really sideways, that $12 million would be eaten up pretty quickly.
Right.
So I
Okay.
think it's all responsible. Okay, and then the last slide, let me just run you through here. I know that Mr. Chair, Board Member Wilson had requested this CARES update and grant update here. This is some of the rationale for an increased fund balance, depending on how you look at it. But hopefully you all can see this slide pretty well. I'll try to make it larger if I can.
And tell us what CARES and HERF is.
This was the federal money for the COVID emergency relief funds.
Okay.
HERF stands for Higher Education Emergency Relief Funds.
Okay, great. Thanks.
And I think there are components of I think it was the CARES Act that was passed due to the pandemic and all of that. I'll just start you with total amount of money we received, which was $10,431,508, and you'll see it there in that, right above the gray line in the bottom right-hand corner. That's the total amount, but it came in different kind of allocations, where you had some that was dedicated only for students, some funding only for the institution. And then there's CARES MSI, which is minority serving institutions amounts. And so for CARES students, in the different allocations that came in that time span from the onset of the pandemic, for students, we had 4,052,813. For the institution, we had 5,817,551, and a total amount of MSI money of 561,144. So that was the total that we got. The actual expenditures are below that gray line on the big chart. And you'll see there that we had actual expenditures of IMG, tuition and fee, recovery of about almost $1 million. That's 909,000 there. We had facilities expenses of a bit over 74,000, 74,294 there. Student emergency aid and retention, and this is where a lot of thought and careful consideration with respect to equity and fairness for students to be able to have received this money. And Thomasina and Amy Pell and Ann Trabato and Kelly Durbin and that group really worked with many folks throughout the college to make sure that this was being handled in the best way possible for students, to support our students through emergency aid and on that. And so after I walk through this chart, hopefully Thomasina's still on the phone and maybe she can talk about that a little bit. We also had OIT expenditures of $1,829,254 on the institution side. And this is for all of the remote things, equipment and needs that the college had to have in place, where another Gregorian in OIT, they get a standing ovation as well because they made things happen on a dime with being able to get students what they need and figure out hotspots and computers and things like that there. Can't forget, I mean, the entire college really joined together and worked diligently on these funds, but throughout the pandemic, and it was just a really neat thing to be a part of. Our safety and security office, headed up by Chris Gutler, they did the yeoman's work of trying to enforce all of the different factors and rules on campus closure and all that good stuff, and in order to keep people safe on campus. And they've been on campus throughout the entire pandemic, working to keep people safe there. And so we had expended $529,000, so 528,986 there out of the institutional monies. So the bottom line is that we spent a total amount of CARE student, $2,629,313, and CARES institutional of $4,687,181. And we have not spent the minority serving institution funding, but we definitely will very soon. And with that, out of the 10 million, you'll see the bottom line number, available CARES balance. Out of the 10 million, we still have outstanding funds of 3.1 million. But all the while, we've had a plan on being able to pay some additional student emergency sort of like emergency relief funds to students. And so that's where the chunk and corpus of that will be spent. You'll see that in that smaller chart on the right-hand side of this slide. For CARE student, there's an available balance of 1.423500 for students, and the plan is to pay this out at the end of March for student emergency relief funds to assist our students with that kind of financial aid. For the institution, we have 1,130,370. And we plan to pay $722,000 at the end of the month for outstanding student account balances. We can use that money there and settle up a lot of those outstanding student accounts in order to get students back to school. I think that's super important that we do that. And then we will have $400,000 of the institutional funding balance available for the high flex room improvements, which are critical post-pandemic now at the college. With the MSI, $561,144, that remaining balance. We're hoping to be able to pay that at the end of March as well for minority students. That's specifically the demographic that those funds are intended to assist. And those are the students who did not qualify for the first wave of emergency funding. So with that, in the next few months, we will have the entire $10,431,508 expended down, and then I think we'll be making efforts to close out these grants. And one helpful thing was we did receive, I think it was last week, maybe a week before, we received a no cost extension for another year on the outstanding balance. So we had been kind of rushing to, I think there was a deadline of June that we were kind of working with early on, but the feds have extended that for another year. And so it's really helpful. Great thing for us in order to make sure that we maximize the benefit of these funds. With that, any questions?
Board members, any questions?
I have a question, Chair Gamble.
Please.
So if I think back to the way we were spending this money, gosh, it feels like a lifetime ago now. I'm curious now, Nick, for the money that's available for the institution, can any portion of those funds be used for staff and faculty impacted due to like COVID closures or anything like that?
The way I understand it is not really. There's real specific restrictions on these funds, and so no. But I think is Amy Pell on? Do you have any additional insight on that, Amy?
I'm on. So I guess I would need a little clarification on what you mean by staff and faculty impacted by COVID.
So I think, what do I mean? So when, like back when this first happened, we had, we ripped many people because of the anti-donation clause, right? That we couldn't keep them on the payroll. And then we have CARES money, and it's my understanding that some of it can be used for staff and faculty compensation, but that could be a misunderstanding, right? So I'm just trying to get clarity around if any of this money can be used. So, and I'll just have one example. So at Kids Campus, when they close their, when they have to send staff home because there's an exposure for COVID, not all of those people can be paid, is my understanding, right? Because we don't have any more COVID relief. So I guess I'm trying to understand, like, is there a way for us to use any of this money that's left to cover things like that so that staff don't have to go unpaid when it's something specifically related to COVID that's requiring them not to be at work?
So unfortunately, no. This money had to be used mainly to assist students, whether that was emergency funds directly to students or whether it was programs that we implemented to allow students to attend classes remotely, or technology that we had to implement, or in the case of the institutional funds, we were allowed to award that amount to students as well as additional relief. So the whole purpose of these funds were to either be paid directly to students or to enhance the ability for students to attend courses and lessen the impact of COVID on those students. So we were allowed to do things like provide technology for faculty and for student serving staff. And there was some training that was done for things like, gosh, what was it? What's OTL? Why is that?
Online teaching, learning.
Yes, sorry, it just flew out of my head. So, to provide training for faculty through OTL, but for things like providing compensation to somebody because their job itself may have been impacted by COVID, say because we didn't have students at Kids Campus, that is not an allowable use of those COVID funds.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Other questions? If not, we move on to, are you going to do finance and bond planning presentation, Nick?
Sure. Yeah, so I do have Eric Kerrigan here. He's with our, he is our bond advisor for the college. Are you there, Eric?
I am. Hopefully you can hear me, see me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Let me try to pull up the presentation.
Okay, great. So, you know, as kind of an introduction, as Nick is pulling this up, so chairman and members of the governing board and President Raleigh, my name is Eric Harrigan with RBC Capital Markets, and the community college has the opportunity to go to voters and ask for additional authorization to request bonds to be issued and maintain the college's debt service tax rate. And we'll kind of walk through what the college's assessed valuation has done. It has grown healthy over the last few years. And so we are looking at a higher amount of voter authorization than we were looking at 4 years ago. So we'll kind of walk through this presentation. And then at the end of it, we'll talk a little bit about the timing and next steps. So Nick, if you could go to the next slide, please. So over the last 5 years, the college has seen good growth in its tax base, a little over 3.5%. If you look at what the history has been over the last 10 years, it's only been around 1.5%. And part of that, you know, big differentiation is because that 10-year includes the impact of the Great Recession on home prices in Santa Fe. But because of the pandemic and because of, you know, what we're seeing in the housing market, we continue to expect that the growth that the college has seen over the last few years will continue at least for the next couple of years because residential housing has been so strong, and residential housing is by far the largest component of your tax base. So if you go to the next slide.
On that, Eric, I just wanted to chime in and say that while these assessments are growing, it doesn't mean the revenue to the college grows because of the yield control formula in the calculation of it. So we just have to keep that in the back of our minds. That's why you might see these numbers of assessments growing, but revenue growth is, you know, 1 to 2% or so.
And that's a very good point, Nick. I'm glad you brought that up. So yeah, for the college's operating mill levy component, that gets adjusted because of yield control. The benefit for your bond program is that it's not subject to yield control. So you do get to take advantage of the full growth in the tax base when it comes to, you know, calculating projected bonding capacity. So going on to the next slide. So this is, these are all of the various governmental entities that levy a property tax. This would be the residential property owner in Santa Fe. And so you can see that the state of New Mexico, the county, the college, the city, and the schools, they all have various tax rates. And 4 years ago, the college went about increasing the operational mill levy 35 cents, and at the same time decreasing the debt service mill levy by the same amount, so that the overall impact to property tax owners was essentially zero. And so as we go forward, as we plan for your new GO bond elections, we focus on continuing to maintain that 65-cent tax rate for your GO bonds. So on the next slide, so the last time that the college went to voters, it was in 2018. Voters authorized the issuance of up to 17 million. All of those bonds were sold in 2018 and 2019. Because of the higher growth in the tax base than what we were projecting back in 2017, the college was able to issue education technology notes, which is a relatively new program that the legislature authorized that effectively allowed community colleges to issue education technology notes similar to what the school districts have been able to do for many, many years. And so the college was able to take advantage of that and continue to maintain that 65-cent tax rate. So for finance plan purposes, we project 3% growth over the next 2 years, followed by 1% growth thereafter. And based upon those growth assumptions, the college can go to voters and ask for up to $23 million in voter authorized bonds to be issued over a 4-year period. And how those bonds are issued will kind of be up to the college's capital needs. But typically those are issued in 2 series, with the idea that the college could go back to voters 4 years and ask for additional authorization. Right now, the college has a very strong tax base, will continue to be a very strong tax base. And so when you look at what your true capacity, what your legal capacity is, the college is only bonded about 7.7% to its full capacity. Next slide. So the college has very rapidly declining debt service. This allows for the college to issue these additional bonds and continue and maintain that 65-cent debt service tax rate. So just kind of talking a little bit about timing. So to be able to meet the requirements under the new election law, the college board has to adopt an election resolution and has to be approved by HED prior to August 30th, when that election resolution has to be filed from the county clerk. So for purposes of from the board's standpoint, we expect to have Bond Council will have a draft election resolution circulated towards the end of next month, with a final resolution at the end of May. The HED Capital Projects Committee does need to approve the election questions. We don't see any issue with that. We would come before the college board to authorize and approve the election resolution in June, with HED approval in July, and then submit to the county clerk that election resolution, which will then get on the November ballot. And election day is November 8th this year. We have a few slides on the market. I won't go through them, just to kind of say, we've seen a lot of movement in rates as of late. That has really been because of what's been going on with inflation, the Federal Reserve's attempt to try to get inflation under control. They raised the overnight lending rate for the first time since 2018 last week. And they are expected to continue to raise rates for the foreseeable future at each Federal Reserve meeting to get inflation under control. And now with the war, between Russia and Ukraine, that has just added to those inflationary pressures. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So I have one question. Right now, we're looking at this as purely for capital expenses.
That is correct. So these are long-term capital projects because they're general obligation bonds. They're typically issued, between 12 and 13 years. These are, typically brick and mortar, long-term type assets, or renovation of those types of, facilities.
But we do have the capacity to as opposed to just bonding to seek mill levy funding for operational costs if we so choose.
That is correct. So similar to 4 years ago, the college has the, option to, shift mill levies that would have to go to the voters, I believe, to increase the operational mill levy. So the college does have that option. That would obviously, though, impact the amount that the college could go to voters without it impacting the tax rate.
The other thing that, Mr. Chair, board members, President Rowley, that Eric was mentioning was that you have to have sort of outstanding debt service to maintain your mill levy rate for capital. And, if we don't issue new bonds, we're faced with that mill levy rate going down. And if you ever have to raise it for capital, you have to ask the taxpayers for a tax increase. So that's why we want to create a plan that gives the taxpayers in the county consistency and not try to, be able to lower and then raise it and have, that's why working with RBC has been good, and we've tried to create a plan that where we are cycling our debt every 4 to 5 years.
Sounds good.
Chair and Nick, this is Jody. Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm not as familiar with this as I am as some other pieces of the finances. Is it possible when we meet maybe in a week or whatever day we decide on that we spend a little bit of time going over this a little more in depth?
Sure thing. Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to be more familiar with it. So thank you.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to it, and I'll put a spreadsheet that I work with with the HED department on calculating all these assessments and new construction and different categories of assessments, and then the yield control. And ultimately, when we have our operating mill calculated, obviously you take the assessments, but you also take the yield control, and you also have to factor in an inflation factor.
Mm-hmm.
So we calculate inflation along with all of this stuff to arrive at the amount of funding that we anticipate that the college will receive from our operating mill levy. Like Eric said, the debt mill is a little bit more straightforward. You don't have that yield control really that pertains to that, but it's really, you can get real nerdy with it in terms of finance.
All right. Well, a high level understanding would be okay for me, but thank you.
And I guess we have been fortunate here in Santa Fe to have a very supportive population that have passed all these bond issues. Have we ever had a bond issue defeated in memory?
I am not aware of one.
I don't think a local, but I know that Eric, maybe you remember years ago, it's been a while, that I think a state GO bond went down, didn't it?
It did. So it was a state, what they call the B bond, and that is the bond for higher education. And I believe that was probably about 6 years ago. Maybe it was closer to 8. But it was about 125, 128 million that was not passed. And that really had, trickle down effect of universities and colleges not having state funds.
Right.
Now, they did go back, and 2 years later, voters did pass that package. But yeah, that is correct. And I mean, they've been very supportive of the college and of the school district. I'm not aware of the school district having failed a bond issue either.
And Mr. Chair and Member Pugh, when I started with the college, we held off on going out for bond election because our audits were not in a place where we wanted to ask voters for it. And we felt like we couldn't, with the state of certain things in the media and the way that our audit looked, the chances of the voters approving anything wasn't a good time. So we held off a long time for being able to issue these capital bonds, and it really did affect the college big time.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? So Nick, you'll give us a little 15-minute tutorial on bonds at our next meeting. Okay.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you, Eric, for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Okay. Nick,
Thanks,
thank you.
Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
And now, Miss Corey Bergen with her 2 dogs.
Yeah, I can't promise they're going to behave. They've been doing pretty good today. So, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, thanks for the opportunity to come back again and speak. 1 second, I apologize. All right, they're just going to wrestle, and I'm just going to go with it.
Yeah, we can live with it.
Thank you. So thank you for letting me come back again. I wanted to give some updates, and I think Sean may have stuck with us, although he may have had other things to do. Sean is from Gravity Pad again. So Sean and I have continued to negotiate terms from the contract. I did submit the most recent version that I had available to me when we had to submit. We have made a few more changes, which I'll continue to submit, and we can talk about here if needed. I did want to share a few additional details that I didn't know when we started. One was that the fire and police will be able to use the tower for free. We would not make any money off of that usage, obviously, because it's free. So they'll be able to put their emergency services on the tower, which is very important to Santa Fe Community College and our safety footprint. I did also want to share that Sean reached out to the HOA from, 1 second.
And I'm on, Corey, if you can hear me.
Oh, thanks, Sean. So Sean did reach out to the HOA of the local neighborhoods, and they put out an announcement that we were considering this, that we sent the map, we sent details about the tower. We did receive a couple complaints, although we did hear that we've got some positive feedback through the board, and so I think that's nice. People do see the criticality of having this, both for safety and security. The complaints were what we thought they might be, that OS South Tower is ugly. You should maybe make it a tree, which seems sort of they aren't very nice either in my perspective. But also things like, could you move it somewhere else? And maybe Sean could address why we chose this location. I think that was pretty much the guts of it. And so there were 2 of those that came in. And actually, I think Sean had a 3rd person reach out with questions, not necessarily complaints or concerns. Sean, would you like to add anything?
Yes, ma'am. Corey's right. I had a few folks call and or email. I originally asked the HOA president if they would like to have a meeting in person or even on Zoom like this, but they said no, just she sent out an email to all of the homeowners, I think there's 18, and that they could get in touch with me individually, and that's basically what happened. One of the residents asked why we chose this specific spot, and if we could move it. I explained if we moved it, it would just, probably upset someone else, that so no matter where we put it. But the main reason is the propagation studies dictated from the carriers that what we're trying to do is build the shortest possible tower. So if we were to put it somewhere else in a lower elevation, it would have to be even taller, and that's kind of defeats the purpose. And so where the site is allows for all 4 of the carriers to communicate with the 2 sites that are closest to the college from a propagation standpoint. And so she understood what I was saying and why I was doing that. And then we had some support with some folks that were very excited, wanting to know which carriers were going to be first and second and so forth and so on, because they had horrible coverage in their home now. So as usual, some positive, some negative. Overall, no one threatened my life, and I feel that we're definitely in the positive with hopefully building a site for the community.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I did 2 things to kind of investigate this a little further. Sean gave me the address of a tower in Rio Rancho, which I went out to see. And that tower was within 100 feet of residences. And it was, I think Sean thought it was a 100-foot tower. I made some estimates that it didn't look that tall. But in any case, I looked at it and it didn't look that imposing to me.
Good.
The other thing that I did, I went out to Chili Line Road, which is the main road that with residences in Rio Rancho where people might see the tower. And they could probably see it, from a number of places, but it would be distant. It's not like it would be very close to them. So, my very, very subjective, very cursory drive through Chili Line Road indicated that there would be very little basis for people to object to it. And of course, I was happy to hear those 2 public comments we had today.
George, if I may, I own and have built that tower that you saw in Rio Rancho, 5105 Santa Fe Hills Drive-In. It is 100%, 100 feet tall. So, we're talking, 25% larger than what we're proposing here at the college.
Right. Yeah.
So 2 of the things that Sean and I were working on recently was the term, because I understand that there was concern around that. So we're looking at adjusting some language that allows a little bit more flexibility on the part of the college, but also still respects the fact that, for Gravity Pad, this is a very large, they're putting a lot of funding in to do a project like this. So we want it to be mutually agreeable, obviously. And so we've added a line that says, that refers to the renewals of the 5-year periods to be mutually agreed upon in writing. So it allows the college an out at some time in the future if we feel we have legitimate reasons to make adjustments to that. Sean, is that your understanding?
Yeah, so I understand having a 50-year lease makes people cringe, and it's funny, when I started in the industry in 1997, we thought, oh, there's not going to be cell towers in 20 years. There's going to be satellites. There's going to be something else, and then of course, 20 years later. What started happening is, we had to renew it, and it was a really difficult situation because of everything. So what I recommended is that we put in probably 4 automatic renewals, and then after that, every 5-year renewal has to be mutually agreed upon by the college and, of course, myself, and more than likely probably one of my daughters, who hopefully will take over the business. And so that way, if you don't feel that you're stuck in this long-term agreement with us, that gives you the right to say, you know what, no, no one's using cell phones, or this new technology has replaced it, so we want you to take it down. You'll have that right in the future.
Yeah, just in case those satellites do become operative.
You never know what the owner of Tesla, I can't, his name escapes me, but he's always up to something. So who knows what will be in the future.
One of the things I was going to ask, Sean, how far out will this service reach?
Yeah, so it's 5G that's going to be coming to the tower, and so because of the height and in relation to where the other towers are, it's really hard to give you an exact measurement of distance, but I will say that it will communicate with the 2 sites that are on either side of it, and they're approximately 2 and 2.25 miles away, respectively. So a little over 2 miles of distance is what we're covering.
Okay. Yeah.
And I would like to clarify just one thing about this, because people are very confused. People tend to confuse like the Wi-Fi that Santa Fe Community College offers with cell service. And I just want to be clear, Santa Fe Community College does not have the economic or the ability to deliver cell service. We do our best with our Wi-Fi. It was upgraded just a couple of years ago. And so as long as you're in the buildings and you register your device, you're going to have Wi-Fi, but we really do need cell service. Our Wi-Fi does not replace cell service in terms of safety and security. If we were a much larger school with a bigger budget, we could probably partner with a provider and cover our campus from end to end, but we don't have that kind of flexibility. So, some people have said, can't you do something else? Can't you get a bigger router? A bigger router is not going to get us what we need to solve this issue. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. Thanks. Any other questions, comments?
I guess the concerns I expressed last meeting would still be my concerns. One is the process by which we have some sort of an open forum for input from the community. And I'm concerned that as we go down the road, the college has some right to review the technology. So I understand we're putting up 5G right now, but we don't know what 6G, 7G, 8G looks like. And so I would, as we move on from 5G, I would like to see the college have some ability to say, well, that technology is not something we feel comfortable with for a variety of reasons. So I guess I would like us to have some right, at least at every 5-year renewal, to have some review of what technologies might be allowed over the term of the lease. And the other question I have is the rental that we're getting, is that a fairly standard market rate for renting this sort of a space?
Yes, yes. I've talked to a few of our partners and that also do this type of thing, and it's pretty standard. In fact, most of them only get $1,000 because they only have two, they're not being offered, if there are 4 vendors, you can have up to $500 per vendor. It's like a flat $1,000 typically.
On your first point, Zuby, Sean, our 5-year period, would we indeed every 5 years have opportunity to review any and all aspects of the tower, of the contract?
Not in the first 4 terms, but after that, absolutely. If, Mr. Wilson said, if there's 7G and they're starting to use lasers to do something and it's harmful of somewhat, it doesn't matter what it is. If you guys don't want it there, you will have the right to not sign the extension. And so it doesn't even have to be any specific clause. If you guys as a board in the future discuss, you know what, we don't need it, no one's using it, or it's harmful or anything, right. It doesn't have to be a reason. You just say, no, we don't want it here any longer, and please take it down. And then that's it.
Sean, this is Jody. Just to be clear on what you're saying is that is what the board can do after 4 terms. But for the first 4 terms, there is no say on what technology would be put on the tower, correct?
That's correct. It's all governed by the SFCC. And so, but we're your partners, okay? So the last thing I want to do is upset you guys. So, for instance, let me give you an example. The college has their own Wi-Fi, and it's pretty good. If one of the other Wi-Fi carriers in Santa Fe comes to us and say, hey, we want to put an antenna and a router and a base station to provide Wi-Fi coverage to St. John's Community College, I would go to you and say, what do you guys think? Do you want their service? And if the board says, no, Sean, we don't need their service, and frankly, we don't want them poaching the students, then I'm going to simply say, no, the co-location is denied. So, obviously our business model is to get 4 carriers on this site: AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and Dish, and then allow for you guys to put anything on there that will help, and of course, police and fire. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. Hey, Sean, just a question out of curiosity. Is there such a thing as scoping the technologies, and then anything outside those technologies needs socialization with the board or perhaps approval?
Scoping. I don't know. I'm not following you on that. Can you give me an example?
So I imagine you have a pretty good idea of where the technology is going, if it's not something that comes out of left field from the Tesla guy, right? But
Yeah.
so scoping in that sense, like these are the technologies you expect. This is what you expect to do over the next 4 terms. And then if it's outside of that, then it would trigger coming to the board or socializing it with the board.
Sure. Yeah. So this is my 25th year in the industry, and the antennas, the size of the antennas, the microwave dishes, nothing's really changed. They're all that OPEC white antenna. They're all about the same size. We thought for sure the phones would keep getting smaller. Of course, I was wrong. They got bigger. And then we thought the antennas would get a lot smaller with technology, but because of capacity, they've either stayed the same or gotten a little larger. So I guess the scoping, yeah, I mean, if something came out of left field and was completely different, we would certainly run it past you. You know, there's a capacity issue with how much the pole can physically handle. So if AT&T decided their new technology is they're going to put 10-foot antennas and they're, 5 feet wide and they're gigantic, it'll fail structurally and it won't physically be able to be put on the tower anyways. So anything out of the ordinary, we tried future-proof it, but you can only do so much with a structural design of a pole.
Yeah. I mean, with your long history in this business, right? I think you probably have a better idea of where we might end up going with this than perhaps we do. And so maybe having that conversation on what we could expect over the next few terms, and then, if scoping is the way to do it to make everyone more comfortable, that might be an option.
Okay. Yeah, with the some of the documentation that we've seen, typically when we were building 3G, they were already talking about LTE and 4G. Now that everyone is rolling out 5G, I expected to hear the 6th generation equipment, and there has been nothing as far as 6th generation. So I'm sure it'll come eventually, but right now, for the next foreseeable future, which is several years in the future, I don't see anything really changing very much.
I guess I like the idea that Jody's putting out there of scoping, where we say we're great. You guys can, for the next 20 years, we can put all the 5G we want up there. But as 6G eventually rolls out, which I imagine will be within the first 5 years of the contract, I'd like to have the scoping ability to review whether or not we want to allow 6G on our tower before, as a part of this contract.
Yeah, I've not seen language that dictates that, but again, I'm not opposed to it. We're not trying to swindle anything past you or do anything that you don't want. We're basically here to build a structure that's going to support the community, make a little money for the college and for us, and that's basically the goal, as being good New Mexicans. So I can, if your attorney can come up with something that the board is happy and Mr. Wilson is comfortable with it, then by all means, just let me know.
And I think you have great integrity. This isn't a question about that, but I haven't met your daughter yet.
No. Well, she's a junior in high school, but she's very shrewd. The other one is going to UNM, And I'm not sure how you guys feel about that. Of course, I'm a New Mexico State grad, so I almost didn't tell you that either. But yeah, well, I'm sure she'll be good with everything in the future.
So Sean, I'm a New Mexico State grad myself, so.
Oh, thank you. All right, good. I'm not the only one here.
Yeah, I will tell you, I think it's more about being, for us, about being responsible and knowledgeable, right?
Yeah.
And
sure.
I think that's where we're coming from. So definitely
100%.
you have all the expertise. So no worries there with us.
Yeah.
Let me ask,
Whatever you're comfortable with.
let me ask a question about 6G, or I don't know, more. What would be our concern if a 6G antenna was going to be put in? Would there be some, Zuby, do you have any particular sense of the difference between 6G and 5G?
Well, we don't know what 6G is. I guess my main concern is that because the Telecommunication Act bars local governments from regulating anything to do with the cellular technology that has to do with health concerns, that the only control that we would have over potentially negative health concerns that come up around a new technology is that we have an out in our contract that says we don't have to allow that technology. So contractually, as a business to business, we would have some control. As government agencies do not have anything to say. They're not allowed to by federal statute. And I'm not saying it's going to be horrible. I know there are people who think that 5G is really dangerous and horrible. So
right, yeah.
So Sean, again, on your, what was your proposed timeline?
The proposed timeline was to have it up about a week ago. So, no, realistically, we have all our environmental due diligence completed as of actually today. And so there's no historic issues, there's no NEPA or environmental issues. We've got approvals from the FAA and the FCC. So really, it's as quickly as you will allow me to go. So if the board can approve it tonight, we add the language that the board requested about the scoping. I sign it, you guys countersign it, and then we would, submit a building permit to CID, and we would probably look to get started right around the beginning of summer when most of the students and staff hopefully are on their summer break.
Well, we couldn't approve it before next board meetings. It's not on our agenda as something that we can actually approve tonight. But
okay.
And I also did kind of want to address the concern about public input. So when we went to the HOA, we followed the HOA's request in how to handle the public comment. And they sent it out to every one of the members of their association and encourage them to contact, some people have contacted Corey, some people have contacted Sean, and then, we received a couple of public comments that were directed to Audrey. But I feel like we've done our due diligence as far as talking to the community, and really the concerns seem to be, we don't like the way it looks. And this is something where the safety of our campus is really the issue. Now that this was identified as a failing on our master plan, and the proposal in the master plan was to have a service like Gravity Pad come in and put up a tower. The first time somebody tries to call 911 on our campus and can't do it, we are in, I would think, some serious legal trouble. And that to me is the paramount. I mean, it's not just, we don't want to get sued, but we really want people to feel safe on our campus. And then when you do reach out to the community and you find out that people in the surrounding neighborhoods, for the most part, have the same concerns, I think that, I don't think they're pretty either. They're, and I noticed that Jim Weissong put some information in the chat that there's a little bit of information circulating that's misleading about the size and the actual appearance, that they're circulating. Somebody who doesn't like the idea is circulating a picture of something that's a lot bigger and uglier than what Sean is proposing. So we can, it's your direction, Mr. Chair, but we can, bring it back and continue our discussion next month and put it on there and see if you're ready to vote. But we couldn't vote on it tonight, even if you were ready.
It's just an informational item tonight, right?
So continue the discussion.
And it sounds like, Sean, you are open to putting in a language in the contract so that we could review every 5 years?
Yeah, like I said before, we have to be able to have the first 4 terms have to be kind of set for, or else the wireless carriers won't sign a lease. They won't spend the $500,000 to $750,000 in equipment and installation if they only have what could conceivably be a 5-year deal. So the first 4 terms would have to be set, but after that and moving forward, we can discuss putting any sort of language that you talked about with the scoping and having some input as to what would go up there and whatnot.
Right. Could there be language to the effect that extraordinary circumstances, in other words, we go by the 4 terms, but if there were extraordinary circumstances, technological circumstances that we would have opportunity to review at the 5-year periods?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not an attorney, but if we have to figure out what exactly those circumstances would be, if we wanted to put, some ridiculous size antenna or, anything out of the ordinary from what the last several decades would constitute, by all means, if that's going to make the board feel more at ease with it, then I'm fine with that.
Okay. Should we get our attorney to write something and send it to you?
That would be great. Everything that Corey and the attorney has asked for, such as the default and remedies and adding, the additional $500, I was able to provide because we've done that before. But in 25 years of negotiating leases, I've never had a request such as the scoping that you're talking about. So I wouldn't even know what to write. So if Corey, if you could talk to the board's attorney and see if they can come up with something that we can look at, that would be preferred.
Okay.
And if we can get that wording out to the board as quickly as possible once we have it, just so we can make sure it's covering the concerns so we can move forward.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
And I guess, is there any way that we can have some sort of a public forum online or whatever to allow not just the HOA and College Heights or whatever, the College Drive? Is there a way we could just put an ad in the newspaper, like just letting people know if they have something they want to express concerns about it, they have an opportunity. I'm not saying we have to, but if there are community concerns beyond the HOA, I'd like to have that out there so that people don't feel as though we are sneaking around behind the community's back, because I have a lot of constituents who do not live in that neighborhood who may have concerns. And I'm concerned also, we're going to have a very busy meeting in April. I wouldn't want all of those concerns to be expressed through public comments at the April meeting.
Well, let me visit with Todd and with Lynn a little bit and see if I can figure out how to do that. I mean, I guess I didn't really think that the concern would need to extend beyond the immediate neighborhood. You know, especially since the concerns have all been about the appearance and whether or not they could see it from their house.
Right.
Because I think that's the least of my concerns about how it looks. But I think there are people who may have concerns, and I think whether or not we act on their concerns, I think we have some obligation to hear them.
Okay, well, let me see what we can come up with as the best response. Mr. Chair, I don't know if you have any suggestions, because, you know, we can hear their concerns, but our safety issues have to be the determining. And we also, when we did our master plan, we did go through an extensive community engagement process. And that was one of the primary concerns that arose for our campus, and something that we needed to remediate as quickly as we could.
Yeah, and it does seem to me that indeed we've sort of, by reaching out to people in Rancho Viejo, that is the neighborhood that is closest. I suppose there, you could, I don't know, I haven't measured how close the smaller village is. What's the name of that?
Oshara Village, and then there are also two other Rancho Viejo neighborhoods.
Yeah. Okay. So we will plan to discuss this. We'll put it on a consent agenda for our next meeting. And in the meantime, we will talk to a lawyer and see about changing language. And Becky and Todd will try to figure out some other communication for people within the reception area.
Okay.
Okay, and just call me if you need anything. When is the next consent agenda? You said it's in April?
Yeah, it's in early April. In fact, probably very early, like the 5th or 7th of April.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm here for any of you. Call me. Feel free to call me anytime if any other questions come up. And as always, I thank you for your time.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sean.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Looks like we've gone over our time by a little bit.
Mr. Chair, Emily Stern had to leave, so she won't be able to do her presentation. And she said she was happy to, to receive any kind of feedback that the board had, or to do her presentation at a later meeting if that was suitable.
Okay. Well, since we have that item, we also had board member interests. If I would like to suggest that we put both of those off to our next meeting.
Okay.
Is that acceptable? Unless anyone wants to hang around till 10 o'clock tonight. Okay.
To adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a second. Okay, all in favor indicate by lifting their hats.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Motion passes. We will have, rather than April 27th, Audrey will get back to us to set up another meeting for sometime in early April. Okay. Thank you very much.